being one of them. You know, when that last inning, 11th inning came through in Game 7, man, my house was bananas. So that's why I'm here. And I got the blue flu, so I'll deal with that tomorrow, but I'm here to celebrate with all the Dodgers.
Go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of public comment. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Present.
Councilmember Hutt. Absent. Councilmember McOsker.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
4 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We began these budget hearings on the mayor's proposed budget last Friday with 3 hours of public comment, which we recessed so we could take additional public comment today. This is our second and final day of public comment. We're going to take public comment until 8 p.m. this evening. We have a hard stop at 8. I'd like to remind everyone here today to please not yell into the microphone when providing public comment. We want to hear from you all, but please be considerate of our translators who are sitting over here, who are wearing headphones in order to translate. It is very loud for them when you yell. Over the next several weeks, this committee will review the mayor's proposed budget, hear from city departments, and gather public input to help shape the final budget we adopt in June. As I mentioned on Friday, my colleagues and I will share our own remarks at the top of tomorrow's meeting. As a reminder, what is before this committee is the mayor's proposed budget. This is the committee that is going to look at potential changes to her proposed budget. Today is about hearing from you, the public, as well as the civilian labor partners and neighborhood council budget advocates about what matters most in your communities and what you want this budget to reflect. Because the decisions we make over the next several weeks should reflect the priorities of Angelenos across the city. As chair, my goal is to lead a process that is transparent, collaborative, and community-driven. With that, Mr. Clerk, we already did call the roll. So we've allocated 10 minutes for the Engineers and Architects Association, then 10 minutes for LAPMA. Then 10 minutes for the Coalition of LA City Unions, then 10 minutes for LAPMA. We're then going to move to a presentation from our neighborhood council budget advocates. And then after that, we're going to take hours of public comment. Colleagues, we have a lot of people who've signed up for public comment. I just saw a picture, there's a line out the door. So in order to maximize the amount of time we have to hear from them, let's please refrain from asking questions during and following the presentations. So I'd like to first welcome up EAA. Oh, and just a reminder to the public, if you've already spoken during public comment, you cannot now come back and speak again during public comment. It's one continuous meeting, so each person gets 1 minute for a public comment, no repeat visitors. Welcome to the table, EAA. And I'm timing y'all, so come on over, team.
We'll be efficient. As always.
Yes, you are. All right, welcome. Please go ahead.
We're live.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members, council members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We are EAA Union, here to present our overview on LA City budget. We thank you for this opportunity. My name is Marlene Fonseca. I am privileged to be the executive director of this great union. And I'll pass it to Roy.
Hi, good afternoon, council members and members of the public as well. My name is Roy Saman, city planner for about 8 years, and I'm the president of the Board of Governors for EAA.
Good afternoon, Budget Committee. My name is Jackie Cornejo, and I'm a financial development officer at the Housing Department.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Hom, a senior PSR 1 with LAPD. Been there for about 17 years. I'm also a governor and a labor representative.
EAA Union represents 6,000 LA City employees in over 40 departments across 300 different classifications. Those classifications include IT employees, planners, that's both city planners and transportation planners. We have all the analysts, accountants, auditors, environmental inspectors, financial officers, street surveyors, crime scene photographers, fingerprint specialists, polygraphers, and many more. Last year during this time at our last budget, we were here defending 500 proposed layoffs for EAA positions. We're very grateful to not be in that position this year. And we do want to give some shout out and some gratitude in 2 areas. First, our members. EAA members really stepped up and overwhelmingly approved Taking unpaid days to pay for the salaries of our colleagues, our other members who were who were in unfunded positions and at risk of being laid off. Thank you to those EAA members. Also to this committee, as well as to Councilmember McCosker and the Personnel Committee for putting in measures and parameters that really assisted with finding placement for our members. By the way of regular substitute authority reports and the expedited transfer portal. That really assisted us in knowing which members were finding placement and which weren't. So thank you for that. As of current, EAA does still have 41 members in unfunded positions. 27 of those are in LAPD. These are substitute authorities that are going to expire at the end of this current fiscal year. Over the next couple of weeks, we will closely be monitoring the department reports to ensure that all of our positions were restored in this fiscal year, whether they be regular authorities or resolution authorities. And we ask that you do the same, especially for the LAPD civilians where their budget book makes it a little difficult to tell exactly which positions were restored. And I will pass it to Tiffany to go over some reductions in EAA classifications that we've seen over the last year.
Right, so some of our concerns, with last year's budget came a significant reduction in EAA's classifications because at that time the city did believe that deleting vacancies would fix the problem. However, unfortunately, deleting vacancies did not come without a cost. So today, EAA has 217 fewer field positions than 1 year ago. That includes 43 management assistants, 25 less senior management analysts, and then 34 less IT class positions, which are the systems analysts, the IT specialists, and system administrators. This is important to us because these employees produce reports, they manage budgets, contract compliance, and they protect the city's data systems. They are vital personnel. In addition to reduction in vacancies, the entry level and promotional opportunities are thinning as well. When there are no incoming personnel and no upward movement, employees are stuck in the middle of handling the work of the lower class while also handling the work that have been assigned to them by upper management. And this results in severe burnout and the loss of personnel as they try to escape to other departments. Losing staff in departments where there is no one to train to take over those positions leaves the remaining staff even more burdened, and it results in a loss of knowledge when those employees leave. We believe this would increase liabilities and risks within the city. Depending on the position, employees may be too tired to produce the work that's required of them and may fall behind. As a labor representative myself, I receive countless calls weeks after week from our members telling us that their workloads have dramatically increased, and because they cannot keep up, their supervisors have been issuing discipline. This is a major concern for labor. We also want to make you aware that there are 75 fewer filled EAA civilian positions at LAPD than 1 year ago. There's an emphasis on hiring sworn, but we need to keep in mind that civilians are the backbone of the city, and with less civilians, sworn ends up performing our duties at the sworn pay rate. For example, last year we lost 8 background investigator positions, and this budget contains 2 additional deletions. We are currently going through administrative actions against LAPD because sworn is doing civilian work. From what the mayor has put out, she intends to backfill 510 sworn. However, without our background investigators or the ability to have sworn take over our work, the city will not have the resources to meet their LAPD hiring goals. So with all of that being said, preparing for the global stage becomes increasingly difficult.
So city departments, as we all know, are preparing for the major global events coming up. That's the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Summer Olympics. However, a cost-sharing agreement between the city and LA28 is 6 months overdue. A fair agreement in place is critical to ensure that all of us do not foot the bill when this is supposed to be the economic engine over the next several years.
And so we are relying and we're expecting the projections on increasing tourism to, to help us with revenue generation over the course of these mega events. So we're really anticipating that to happen. However, in the current fiscal year, 25-26, there are deletion of vacant positions that will make it harder to prepare for these events. We have noticed an inability to hire adequate staff in current positions to meet the special event goals. I'll take one example, which is at our LADOT, who have to kind of find a way to shuttle around hundreds of thousands of folks that don't know their way around this city, get them to these mega venues, get them safely back to their accommodations seamlessly and in a way that would befit the nature of our wonderful city. We want them to have a good time while they're here. We want them to get around efficiently. And if we don't have the appropriate staff, we're not going to be able to prepare and plan for that.
Right, and as mentioned earlier, EAA members are being asked to do more with less capacity. For instance, our artists at the Department of Cultural Affairs are now being asked to develop and implement citywide programming that's focused on the Olympics in order to engage the public while performing regular duties. So as we stated, there's a pileup of duties, a pileup of workload, an increase, but there's less staffing.
Due to all these concerns, we do ask and encourage the Budget and Finance Committee to ask the city departments over the next few weeks how lower staffing levels are interfering with major event readiness and how they plan to manage these events. Moving on to revenue, we can all agree that there needs to be an increase to our revenue. Assessments are necessary to meet city goals. However, the revenue must be predictable and subject to public oversight.
So during our remarks during the last budget season, we expressed support and continue to recommend sensible solutions to increase revenue and continue to provide services. That includes the street lighting assessment fee, modest increases, and beginning to charge at some parking meters that were not charging before. A sensible increase to planning department fees, as these fees continue to fund the streamlining of development. Sensible updates to digital billboard ordinances to ensure that we can have revenue, but also not impact our residents. And above all, regular fee assessments should be conducted to ensure predictable and modest changes going forward. We don't want to continue to shock the public because we haven't increased a fee in 2 decades.
Right.
And one particular note in terms of ULA, although this is not part of your particular purview, EAA recommends that no revisions to measure ULA that will result in a fiscal impact. ULA is a revenue source that's important for the development and production of affordable housing and supports staffing levels at the housing department. For example, 8% of all revenues go to staffing and administrative costs. So for your consideration, if the council is considering or there is a measure on the ballot, it's important to note that any potential revisions that result in a reduction in revenues will have an impact, and we will need to find how to close that gap.
Right. And we've also noticed that as audits have been conducted over the last fiscal year, they've shown unspent funds and what seemed to be a lack of accountability and some waste throughout the way that the city is operating. So decreasing waste, fraud, and abuse is a great way to make sure that we are keeping our revenues in-house when we need them, and so that would require an increase in the number of auditors. That's something that obviously we would be in favor of. I guess I get to be the bad news bearer for the presentation and talk about a couple of the potential risks that are coming up in future fiscal years that may not be directly under the purview of this committee, but are, I think, worth mentioning. So first up, we have been hearing, because many of our members are involved in enforcement of short-term rental, the current short-term rental ordinances, this idea of a prepayment of TOT. As we've just mentioned, we certainly do support reliable and sustainable revenue growth through established collection mechanisms. We already have processes and EAA members, in fact, who are in place to reliably assess, collect, and disperse TOT funds as they come in. If we want to, this is just our recommendation, if we want to generate or collect additional TOT funds due to an anticipated, I do want to emphasize anticipated short-term increase in tourism, then we believe a publicly debated amendment to existing TOT regulations should be considered outside of this budget deliberation process. The risk of housing displacement and increasing enforcement costs to our departments needs to be really carefully weighed against any windfall TOT prepayment that might be under consideration. And so that's sort of where we land on that. We just need to proceed with caution. And we also don't want to see any budget decisions made on money that may or may not materialize, that is kind of coming in through some exotic mechanisms that we haven't dealt with before in the process. I feel like we have enough on our plates this month without wrangling that one as well. And then one other problem on the horizon, just to put it out there, we also have a ballot initiative that is just qualified that would repeal the gross receipts tax in some format. Some estimates we've seen is that this would generate up to $800 million in an annual budget shortfall, would be part of that projection, essentially placing us in the unenviable place that we were in last budget cycle every single year, assuming everything is okay, and in a bad year, I would shudder to really think about what that looks like. So I think it would look like employees being laid off and core city services having to be pulled back or negatively impacted in some fashion. City services outside of the core will not be feasible. So things that are like, for example, unarmed crisis response or grants to, for example, outreach to the LGBTQ community, that will be impacted by the repeal of this. We just will have less to go around, and so we'll be forced to sort of retreat back into a defensive posture. I think it's also important to note that the City of LA is also a major regional employer and a service consumer. So in much the same way that Hollywood studios are major regional employers and consumers of goods and services. There will be second-order impacts on the regional economy if the public sector revenues are reduced by hundreds of million dollars per year. So I'll leave Marlene to cheer us up for the big finish.
Thank you. So just to sum up some of our key points, we want to ensure over the next couple of weeks that all of our substitute authorities that still exist are restored in this next fiscal year's budget. We want to caution on the staffing levels and how they relate to global event readiness. And lastly, we do want to look at revenue sources, but they must be responsible revenue sources. And with that, we do thank you for the work you have ahead of you and for all the work you've done in the past. And that concludes our presentation.
I'll do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't think I have a physical copy of that, so can we get a couple of copies? You have one. All right. Mine's somewhere, but,
We can get you.
okay. Thank you. All right. Next, I'd like to call up and welcome the Coalition of LA City Unions, also for a 10-minute presentation. I have one too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll take that one. There's room for everyone.
All right, we're gonna get situated.
Excellent, welcome. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves. You have 10 minutes. Look forward to the presentation.
All right, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Steve Koffrath. I am the Director of Collective Bargaining Research at SEIU 721. I am the chair of the Coalition of LA City Unions. That is made up of a number of brothers and sisters in various unions, including the operating engineers, LIUNA, SEIU, the building trades, the Teamsters, and AFSCME. We have Jason Peterson, council rep here from building trades. Michael Blosser is the research coordinator from SEIU. Janita Aguilar is our LA City's director, and Lisa Palombi is president of Council 36. We want to make sure to start the presentation by thanking those on this committee and in the council. Last year's budget was incredibly troublesome, and there was a lot of work to make sure that we protected our members. We want to say our thanks to the mayor's team in working with us to try and make sure we did not suffer any layoffs. as well as the involvement of the Personnel Committee and Chair McCosker, who has worked diligently in making sure that that follow-up happened. As you will have already heard, there is still a troubling concern. I know it was announced that this is a no layoff budget, but there are still, as of the latest report, 107 employees who are on substitute authorities that, if not found a place in the budget, would be laid off. So I want to be clear that that is an issue that needs to be resolved through this budget process. We're keeping our eyes on that. We're hopeful that that will get resolved amicably. In terms of our presentation today, how do I go back? There we go. All right. You're going to have a couple of themes. You're going to hear about raising revenues and restoring services. So I want to make sure as we go through that you understand that's a common theme in what we're going to present, and hope that this budget committee takes action on, and ultimately the City Council acts to help improve the services at the city. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Palobe. I'm the president of the Librarians Guild, and I am now the treasurer at District Council 36. Ha ha ha. And I am here to talk you through the next few slides. We still represent, the Coalition of LA City Unions still represents 68% of the civilian workforce, according to the controller's website, and excluding DWP. As you can see, since 2022 till now, the percentages of part-time to full-time workers seems to be holding steady, except steadily growing. The data from March 11th represents the total number of positions after the 1,076 had been erased from the vacancies. And it represents a 35% portion of part-time workers from the total of the city workforce that we represent, which we find concerning because it has moved up from a point of 29% since 2022. This slide represents the percentage of self-reported ethnicity of our city workers represented in the coalition. It aligns pretty much with the LA City population demographics, but the large unspecified portion of the chart kind of throws off the numbers a little bit. Here's a breakdown of gender. And here's the slide we look at every year, squishing in data all the way back to 2008 when the recession hit. So at our high before the recession hit, we had 40,839 positions, and we are still trying to recover slowly but surely. COVID hit us a little bit in 2021, but although the chart is up a little bit with the 36,440, that is inclusive of the fact that we lost the over 1,000 vacant positions that were wiped off the books. And we want to remind you, as we remind you every year, that every loss of a job is a loss of work that happens in the city. When you lose the workforce, you're losing the work that's supposed to be getting done by the workforce. This includes our enterprise departments, the airport and the harbor, which are economic drivers for our economy. Those jobs also have not recovered since the Great Recession, and the loss of that workforce means you have a loss of economic driving work. This is the most recent vacancy report for our coalition MOUs. We still find the total number of vacancies concerning 1,637. That is work that is not getting done, that's budgeted to get done. So we hope that you will join us in pushing for those vacancies to be filled and continue to build the workforce that we need to support city services.
Thank you, Lisa. My name is Jason Peterson. As Steve mentioned earlier, I'm a public sector rep for the LAOC Building Trades. The LAOC Building Trades represents roughly 1,300 civil service workers here at the City of LA as part of the coalition. They were all hired under the established civil service system that we have today. The civil service system that we have today was very different from the early civil service system. The early civil service system was abused by political people and different types of corruption. With this new charter, it brought about the merit-based system that was implemented today and is still in use today. As part of being a civil service worker, we take a worker loyalty oath, which makes us a disaster service worker when we are called upon. As a City of LA employee myself, I personally served as a disaster service worker along with others in our Inside Safe program during the COVID pandemic. So as practices have evolved in the City of LA, we have created new pathways for people to become employed at the city through negotiated civil service reforms. We have successfully negotiated project labor agreements and union apprenticeship agreements. We have successfully created multiple ways for new workers to enter through the workforce through our Target Local Hire and Bridge to Job programs. All these new avenues have given opportunities to people for a brighter future in the City of LA. Our departments are severely understaffed, and our workforce is being stressed on a day-to-day basis. With over 1,600 vacancies, we work together closely with the personnel department to fill these vacancies. In fiscal year 2027, in the proposed budget, there's only a minor increase of 2 full-time positions in the personnel department. We would like to see that number increase, as this will benefit our coalition by bringing in new employees faster into the workforce. And I will hand it off to Michael. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeannie. Sorry, Jeannie.
Janita Aguilar, Regional Director for SEIU 721, Los Angeles Orange County Cities Division. And this proposed budget actually does show that the city is growing, and the city growing is good. It's good that revenue is increasing. It's good that full-time employee positions are projected to increase, but growth alone is not the goal. The focus should be on restoring services, and what has been said and will continue to be said is that means hiring. And we understand the importance of public safety, but we're concerned that increasing sworn expenditures actually defeats the efficiencies of civilians performing civilian work. There's work that can and should be done by civilian employees. Civilian workers doing civilian work is actually what's more cost effective, and EAA actually highlighted that as well. And so we see here that there is increases in staffing in key departments, and that's a step in the right direction. To be increasing staffing is a step in the right direction, but there are vacancies still across the city, and those vacancies directly impact service delivery. We have significant concerns about the continued increase in contracting out. The city resources spent on contracting out has been rising every year, and this isn't a small drift. This is actually seems to be a structural shift in the way that the city is doing business. Instead of investing in the city workforce, the city is increasingly outsourcing bargaining unit work. Contracting out has real consequences. The consequence of a loss of institutional knowledge. When you contract out, you're losing institutional knowledge. When you contract out, there's the consequence of reduced accountability. When you contract out, there's a consequence of a missed opportunity to create a stable workforce that can deliver on the services for our communities. So again, focusing on improving hiring by putting the resources in personnel and not in contract administration.
Hi, my name is Michael Blosser, Research Coordinator, SEIU 721. So you should have in front of you a recent white paper that the 721 Research Department put together over the past several months. It's called a Fair Funding Framework, Progressive Revenue Strategies for a Better LA. And we named it that because we really wanted to focus on progressive revenue strategies and really focus on the wealthy corporations that are doing so well under this Trump economy to make sure that they're finally paying their fair share to contribute to a better LA. So as the EAA also talked about, we are really concerned about a potential repeal of the gross receipts tax. A gross receipts tax is a tax on a business's total revenue. LA is one of 5 or 6 cities in the whole state that have a gross receipt tax, including San Francisco, Oakland, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Santa Ana. And it's a key funding source in the general fund. It makes up the latest numbers of business tax of around $800 million. Around 73% of that $800 million came from the gross receipts tax. And so if the gross receipts tax is repealed, that would decimate the business taxes. That would decimate a key funding source for LA City's general fund, their main and operating fund. That being said, compared to the San Francisco and Oakland that have a progressive gross receipts tax formula that taxes corporations at higher rates, kind of like the income tax for more revenue that they make, the LA City has a regressive gross receipt tax formula where small businesses pay the same flat tax rate depending on business category, no matter if you're a small business making a couple $100,000 or if you're a major corporation making hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, you're paying the same flat rate. And some of those rates are as small as 0.1%. But even that wasn't good enough for the business lobby, and so the business lobby wanted to spent millions of dollars in order to qualify the gross receipts tax repeal to the November ballot. That would just devastate the LA City's budget. And so our recommendation is not only to push back against that repeal, but to reform the gross receipts tax formula to a progressive rate like Oakland and San Francisco. And the way we're proposing that is to increase the small business tax exemption from the current $100,000 to $500,000, and then alter it from one flat rate, depending on business category, to graduated rates that increase for larger businesses, closing loopholes and ensuring giant corporations pay their fair share. Another recommendation we're recommending is a vacancy tax. Again, a vacancy tax is a tax on owners of residential or commercial properties vacant for a specific period of time. A vacancy tax, depending how it's implemented, could raise between $30 million or to up to $670 million. Some just latest numbers we found, the latest U.S. Census American Community Survey data showed that LA County, and this is for LA County, had more than 200,000 vacant housing units. This is the only data that includes single-family homes. And then also latest market vacancy data for fiscal year 25 in quarter 2 showed that there was a vacancy rate of 6.1% for retail and 24.1% for offices. It has come down from the pandemic of a high of 35%, but it's still 24% for offices. And then our research found the vacancy rate for multifamily housing increased the more expensive the property class was, with the smallest vacancy rate being for affordable housing, with the highest vacancy rate being luxury multifamily housing, having a vacancy rate of 8.7%. And this is something that has precedent. Oakland and San Francisco have some form of a vacancy tax. The city of San Diego, City Council just recently passed a resolution that's going to go to voters for June to implement a vacancy tax. And the city, you yourself have approved a study by the CAO to look at the vacancy tax, and the city controller is also recommending a vacancy tax. Also, to reinforce what EEA said, we need better TOT tax enforcement in short-term rentals. In fiscal year 25, around more than $300 million in total Q2 revenue was collected in the LA City's general fund, but only 11% of that came from short-term rentals, and the overwhelming majority of that came from hotel. And the reason of that is because numerous studies have shown that there's a huge non-compliance of short-term rentals operating in the city. The latest study said that 45% of the short-term rental listings are out of legal compliance, and so uncollected fines could range anywhere between $57 million to $300 million. The LA Housing Department itself came up with the plan that if we hired 18 more city staff members to properly enforce the short-term tax rental, including personnel costs, and this includes 40% roll-up costs, salary costs, benefit costs, which still have a net gain of the city of between $54 million to $300 million. And we think this is very important, as you all have sent the increase of the TOT tax to the June ballot that we commend, an increase of 2% up to 2028, and then back down to 1% after that, especially because of the big events coming up. And so we really want to make sure that there is better TOT tax informants on short-term rentals, especially as we host these big events like the Olympics. Finally, we are also working with the Coalition for a Public Bank. Public bank would be a game changer for millions of the working class and middle class communities in the city. That would significantly cut millions that the city pays in fees to Wall Street, and it would give community members finally a chance to have a bank that doesn't have these predatory banking fees that are so common in Wall Street. And so we joined with the California Public Banking Alliance for LA City to start the first steps for creating a public bank by funding the remaining $325,000, which is less than 0.1% of the total budget needed for the public bank study. This is on top of 9 council districts who have already pledged $15,000 each to have that.
Can we wrap it up?
Yeah, and then the
Okay,
final,
thank you.
I will hand it back to Steve to
Flip the next slide.
wrap it up.
Yeah, so thank you. So just to summarize, you've heard we have a number of revenue-raising ideas, including pushing back on the GRT tax repeal and expanding it further by reforming it, passing a commercial vacancy tax, and making sure that we staff up in order to enforce the TOT regulations and to see that personnel can actually improve and facilitate faster hiring. We want to see reduced contracting out, and ultimately we want to make sure that the positions that have been sliding for years are restored ultimately, and we provide the services back to the city. Thank you very much. We're here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate this, and we all have this, so we'll go through it in detail. I'm sure we'll find time to talk between now and when this gets adopted. Thank you so much for the thoughtful presentation. Really appreciate it. I know we have hundreds and hundreds of people signed up to speak. We're going to move very quickly to LAPMA for a very brief presentation, and then I'm going to call up the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocacy Group.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll time myself so I don't take nearly as much time as you might think. My name is Charlie Mims. I'm the Executive Director of the Los Angeles Professional Managers Association, and I'd like to start off by thanking the Chair and each and every one of the committee members for last year's work that you put in on a very difficult budget year, and it's our opinion that you came out with something that was very difficult but very workable for the city. And thankfully, the mayor and her budget team led by Matt Hale has presented a very different budget this year because of different financial circumstances. And we're happy to see that we have very few, if any, layoffs presented regarding our 800 civilian manager members, although we do have some concerns regarding the merger of 4 departments, the youth development, disability, EWDD, and CIFD departments into one department. It appears there may be some layoffs because of that merger, and we understand the city has the right to organize and to assign. So we're not opposing the merger of those departments. And we've been working with the personnel department, the CAO department, in order to try to minimize the impact on our members in that merger. Having said all that, I would agree that the city cannot afford to lose any major sources of tax revenue that they have now. And it's unfortunate that the issue is going to be on the ballot in November. But in addition to that, I think we got over the hump on the financial burden, and we got a better year this year, and hopefully the following year's budget's going to be even better and will allow the city to grow services in time for the 2028 Olympics. So I'd like to once again thank everybody for your work on the budget last year, and also for whatever tweaks and improvements you would make to this year's budget. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Appreciate you being here. All right, we're going to move on now to our budget advocates, our Neighborhood Council Budget Advocacy Group, for a brief presentation. Looking forward to this. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Handel. I am a co-chair of the Budget Advocates in my 17th year of budget advocacy, proudly representing West LA, Sawtell, and the rest of the city as a budget advocate. Our city is not just facing financial strain, it has been mismanaged into a deeper crisis over the years. We're failing at the most basic level of governance. Police and fire services remain underfunded, even as we push forward with multi-million-dollar projects like the Convention Center renovations that we cannot afford. This is not planning, this is denial. At the same time, City Hall is advancing policies that will gut our own revenue base, eliminating the business tax risk, wiping out hundreds of millions of dollars with no serious plan to replace it. Meanwhile, we propose new taxes on illegal cannabis operators while failing to collect what is already owed by legal cannabis operations to the tune of $430 million. The system isn't just inefficient, it's broken, and the city knows it. While leadership debates theory, reality on the ground is deteriorating. Streets, sidewalks, street lights are crumbling. Emergency vehicles are outdated and unreliable. City workers are left in constant uncertainty. Departments remain understaffed, fragmented, and in some cases, unaccountable for the work that they do. Billions spent on homelessness with a complete lack of transparency and results. Proposed additional reductions in graffiti removal and homeless safe parking programs gut our quality of life. Let's be clear, these budgets are not truly balanced. They are paper exercises that mask service cuts, shift risk onto employees, and erode the quality of life for every resident. And the cost of this failure is compounding. Each year, the city pays out massive liability claims, many of them preventable. Broken sidewalks, neglected infrastructure, and understaffed departments don't just fail residents, they cost taxpayer millions. Investing in basics isn't optional, it's fiscally responsible. Even animal services, one of the most fundamental responsibilities of a humane city, remains critically underfunded. That is not just a budget issue, it's a reflection of priorities. This is not a one-off mistake. It is a pattern repeated, sustained, and avoidable. Enough. It's time to impose real discipline, rein in spending, consolidate departments, eliminate redundancy, and demand measurable and audited results. Long-term planning must replace short-term political convenience, because right now the truth is simple. Every resident and employee is paying for the failures of City Hall.
Hello, I am Kay Hartman. I am a budget advocate from Region 11 and the parliamentarian for the organization. I want to call your attention to the introduction to our white paper, a copy of which is in your handouts. In this year's white paper, the budget advocates make recommendations around institutionalizing five-year financial planning, review diversification and expansion, operational efficiencies through technology and artificial intelligence, strengthening reserve policies, delivering equitable services, and cultural change and accountability. I urge you to read this 5-page document. While I call your attention to this year's recommendations, I don't want to lose sight of last year's recommendations that we still think are vital and are included also in your handouts. Another document in your handouts is recommendations on revenues and efficiencies. The revenue opportunities we call out include implement a gradual scale of fees and fines for repeat building and safety code offenders, which is Council File 25-0600-S53. This was first suggested by the budget advocates in response to a question from Councilmember Blumenfield while we were presenting to this committee in 2023. Expand enforcement against illicit cannabis operations to protect legal businesses and recover lost revenue. Evaluate raising the hotel tax and other taxes. Inventory city-owned properties and publish a prioritized plan to improve utilization and/or generate revenue consistent with public benefit. Grow external grant funding, and approve the fiscal year 26-27 street lighting assessment ballot to update a funding structure frozen since 1996. There are two more documents in your handouts. One is concerns expressed by the 2025 Budget Day attendees, and the other is budgetary concerns expressed by Congress attendees. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee and Committee Chair. It is an honor to speak before you. I am Connie Acosta, Treasurer of the Echo Park Neighborhood Council and a budget advocate, speaking as an individual. Our city departments and staff are of utmost importance as they provide the vital maintenance of our city requires, the vital maintenance our city requires to keep pace during this period of high mobility and rapid vertical housing development. On March 24th, the city administrative officer addressed this council with a snapshot of where the city finds itself this fiscal year, introduced a proposed plan for fiscal year, including his 4-year plan. The CAO's message made it clear that our bond ratings are more critical than ever. This fall, the city may commit to $1.8 billion in 30-year debt to modernize the Los Angeles Convention Center. A move that could come at the expense of staffing the departments that provide ongoing essential services to 4 million taxpayers. Budget and Finance Committee, I request of you to please postpone this proposed bond commitment until our political climate reaches greater stability and our regional economy or economic uncertainty declines. Lastly, I ask that the City Council increase the City Controller's office appropriations to 0.35% of the general fund. This funding will allow the office to expand its team of auditors and investigators to identify and reduce our city's increasing fraud liability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Hello, City Council Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Adrian Fernandez. I am the budget advocate for Region 12, or the Harbor area. I'm also one of the youngest budget advocates on the board. Established by the voters in 1999, neighborhood councils advise city on local government, fund community projects, and create opportunities to participate in local government. In the budget, the Neighborhood Council Fund provides funding for neighborhood councils' operations and outreach. This past fiscal year, neighborhood councils were given $25,000, a significant increase from the previous fiscal year, a previous decrease from the previous fiscal year of $32,000, and a 50% decrease from the first budget neighborhood councils were given. At a time when costs such as vendor services, meeting spaces, refreshments, and other expenditures have gone up, this has created an ultimate challenge for neighborhood councils. At their core, neighborhood councils exist to ensure every community has a direct voice in city government. And with appropriate funding, this allows neighborhood councils to invest back into their communities through community improvement projects or grants, as well as outreach to better engage stakeholders and get more people involved in the neighborhood council system. Therefore, the budget advocates are requesting that the City Council Budget and Finance Committee move to restore $32,000 for each of the neighborhood councils. We also like to request $20,000 for the Neighborhood Council Budget Day, which is put on by the budget advocates, and another $20,000 for the annual Congress of Neighborhoods. At $25,000, it's difficult for neighborhood councils to contribute to these events at the extended need. Our contributions this year, so far, it's $44,250, opposed to last year's $20,000. Also, the budget advocates find that our contributions are low in a neighborhood council election year, which 2027 will be. I would like to thank you for this opportunity and your support. And your support for the neighborhood councils can strengthen civic engagement and serving communities across Los Angeles. Thank you.
So on that note, all we say is thank you for having us. We invite you to Budget Day on June 27th. There is a free breakfast, so there is something free. And we would implore you to invest in your neighborhood council system. It's the best system in the country. It's underfunded, and you are truly not allowing us to empower the people in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just got permission for a point of personal privilege. I just want to congratulate Adrian for being here as a young budget advocate, and thank you so much for mentoring him and bringing him along. It shows a lot of promise for the future of the movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And thanks to the four of you for being here. We appreciate it, all the work that you do on behalf of our city. Okay. So now we're going to turn to public comment. We have the chambers until 8 p.m. this evening. Our goal is to hear from as many people as possible. Since this is one continuous meeting, each person is allowed to give comment once. So if you spoke last Friday, you will not be given time to speak today. We appreciate your understanding. I'd also like to remind everyone one more time to please not yell into the microphone as our translators are wearing headphones. I'm going to try to give updates if it appears we will not reach everyone on the list by 8 p.m. There is also an option to provide written public comment. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the instructions on how to give public comment here in chambers and how to submit written public comment?
As the Madam Chairperson stated, you'll have 1 minute to provide public comment.
Can we get a microphone?
Oh, sorry. Is it working? Okay, there we go. As stated, there'll be 1 minute of public comment for each speaker. We'd ask you to please stay on topic so that we can get through as many speakers as possible. If you go off topic, you'll get a brief warning from myself or the chair, at which point please immediately return to topic. If you don't do so, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time and we'll have to move on to the next speaker. And please remember, if using an interpreter, to allow the interpreter time to interpret for you. Your time will be paused while the interpreter speaks.
All right. So thank you so much. My team is going to start by calling names. When we call your name, please line up on your left or right side of chambers. And please wait, please wait until your name is called before lining up. You don't have to line up in the order in which your name is called, but please wait until your name is called before you line up. Also, given very limited space in chambers, we request that folks exit council chambers after giving public comment to allow for additional speakers to come into the room. No action is going to be taken today, so you will not be missing anything except your fellow Angelinos giving public comment. This will enable as many people as possible to participate. So let's go ahead and call the first round of names, please.
Oscar Dominguez, Dennis Garrison, Joshua Erazo, Andrew Morales, Alex Morales, Sylvia Valerio, Neo Arboleda, Veronica Gonzalo.
I did the same thing.
Just as a reminder, it's 1 minute for public comment. And folks, if you're on deck, if you can just sort of come towards the middle so we can not have large gaps in time between speakers, that would be great. Okay? First speaker, come on up. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Andrew Morales. I'm the Director of Programs for Safe Parking. And I'm here to speak on the proposed cuts to Safe Parking program. Safe parking is not just a line item in the budget. It's a lifeline for people living in their vehicles, trying to stay safe, stable, and connected to services. It provides a secure place to sleep, access restrooms, case management, and a path toward housing. Cutting this funding means taking away one of the few practical solutions that help people move forward. These cuts also mean losing dedicated staff who have built trust with participants and work every day to support the most vulnerable of our residents. Many of those staff members may themselves be pushed into housing instability and could very well need the very services that are going to be eliminated. It's not just ironic, it's heartbreaking and avoidable. When we cut safe parking, we don't eliminate the need. We simply shift that cost to emergency rooms, law enforcement, neighborhood impacts, and human suffering. I urge you to protect safe parking, protect the workers that make it possible, and protect the residents that depend on it. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Gonzalo. I go by, I do poetry, Poet V. I'd like to read a poem. The optics of defunding the housing is truly disgusting. To put people on the streets with nothing to eat, Karen Bass isn't really thinking. She's only concerned about money, profits, and not what about people like me that need a safe place to sleep. To say what life means is to find the true meaning of things. Everyone has the right to free health care and affordable housing. Everything has climbed sky high in price since the Trump admin has gone in. A repeat of the 1920s, the only thing missing is a silent movie screen is Greta Garbo was once seen on the silver screen. Gasoline, food, housing, and goods are out of sync with the reality. Thank you, Poet V.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Nia Arboleda with the International Cinematographers Guild of Local 600, and we represent 10,000 camera and publicity professionals. In the next 3 years, Los Angeles will host the Super Bowl, the World Cup, and the Olympics, the biggest stages on Earth. The world is coming to our city, and that means there's a surge in tourism, opportunity, and economic growth. A modern short-term rental ordinance could ensure those visitors contribute directly to our city services, our parks, public safety, and neighborhood programs. A lot of our local and out-of-state members will be working on these events, which means that out-of-state members will benefit from these short-term rentals. Let's prepare smartly for the world spotlight by keeping that revenue here in LA. Thank you.
I'm going to call a few more names before the next speaker. Renee Ocampo, Diana Escamilla, Angel Jaimes, Maria Hernandez, Giselle Becerra, Sebastian Brock, Melissa Garcias, Julie Venegas, Africa Barrera, Krista Warfield, and Perla Gonzalez.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I come here to advocate for Safe Parking LA. This program has been helping many families to stay off the streets at night. I guarantee that the consequence of defunding SBLA, these families will face dangerous situations. There are different levels to homelessness. This is the last phase of homelessness before they go to the public streets. We are thankful to our LAPD for their service, but we acknowledge that they do not have the proper training to address individuals facing homelessness and mental health. We are all Americans, and America's dream is the American dream. Veterinarians who fought for you and me are also facing homelessness. They've all found refuge in SBLA. We voted for all of you because you promised to help us all, your fellow Americans. SBLA enrollees could be your fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. I ask our council members not to defund SBLA. Defunding it would add only crimes committed against vulnerable people or increase the homelessness, longer wait lines for housing, and God forbid, more unjust cases. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Silvia Valerio, Community Health Worker for the Translatina Coalition. For over a year, I'm working with the TGI community, and I know that this community is continuing to experience high rates of violence and discrimination and lack of access to healthcare services and stable housing. I would like to ask if it's possible to do an amendment to be included in the proposal for wellness and equity initiative. Thank you.
¿Puedo? Ok. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Oscar Domínguez.
Good afternoon, my name is Oscar Dominguez.
Pertenezco al Centro de Jornaleros de Carecen.
I belong to the Day Workers Center in Carlsha.
El centro no solo es un lugar para encontrar trabajo, pero para proveer varias necesidades de la comunidad.
The center is not only a place where we can find a job, but also to provide services to the community.
Por esta razón, le pedimos que aumenten el presupuesto a 3 millones para los centros jornaleros.
For that reason, I'm asking you to increase the budget of these centers for day workers to 3 million.
También le pedimos que aumente el presupuesto de 3 millones para el programa que representa a Los Ángeles. Gracias.
I'm also asking you to increase the budget to 3 million for the program that represents LA.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana, and I'm here with Carecen, the Central American Research Center. The Day Labor Center provides a safe space for community members to find jobs at a time when they do not feel safe, given that many community members in these centers have been taken by ICE. The proposed funding is not enough to meet the moment. We're calling on the city to increase the funding by $3 million for Represent LA and $3 million for the Day Labor Centers to support this very important work. Thank you.
Need a translation, please. Okay, buenas tardes, comité. Mi nombre es Julie Venegas.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Julie Venegas.
Miembro de CHIRLA por más de 6 años y orgullosamente parte de la comunidad de Los Ángeles desde el año 1982. Yo he trabajado toda mi vida y contribuido mucho a la ciudad de Los Ángeles. En todos mis años nunca hemos vivido los ataques y discriminaciones contra nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
Señora, denle un momento que le haga traducción y luego puede empezar a hablar.
Ok, gracias.
Is it possible to start her time again?
¿En qué me quedé? Ok, yo he trabajado toda mi vida y contribuido mucho a la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
I worked my whole life and I've contributed a lot to the city of LA.
En todos mis años nunca hemos vivido los ataques y discriminaciones contra nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
In all these years, I've never suffered from these attacks and discrimination to the immigration community.
En medio de las redadas ilegales que siguen ocurriendo, más de 600 miembros de nuestra comunidad inmigrante ocupan su respaldo para representación legal.
In the middle of all these illegal raids, more than 600 members need their support for them to be represented by lawyers.
Okay. Estamos pidiendo que nos reconozcan e inviertan $3 millones en el programa Representa a Los Ángeles.
I'm asking you to acknowledge us and invest $3 million to represent LA.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to call a few more names. Mark McLean, Tony Gage, Steve Adelman, Chris Pohl, Dennis Garrison, Ryan Quigley, and Rich Ramirez.
Hi, my name is Sebastian, and I live in District 8. I'm here today to strongly disagree with the $3.2 proposed billion budget to the LAPD. I'm here for the transgender intersex community, representing the TGI. We need to fund our local orgs because last year, we didn't even have enough funding to combat the Palisades fires. Fund the TGIB. Please invest in your local community orgs. We can't continue to fight cycles of violence and systemic hatred and oppression. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Perla Gonzalez Cuellar. I am an attorney with Carecen, the Central American Resource Center. I'm here to express my strong support for Represent LA and the day laborer centers and urge you to fund them at $3 million each. In my work as a lawyer, I have seen firsthand that Represent LA is essential and a lifeline for Angelenos thrown into our complex immigration system. To give an example from my own practice, I represent a 60-year-old client who was recently picked up by ICE only a few minutes away from this building. She's in detention despite having no prior interactions with police. Her family needs her. Her son has epilepsy. Her husband has diabetes. And we're fighting to bring her home back to Los Angeles, the only home she has ever known. And she's just like many other immigrants caught in this situation, so I urge you to continue these services when they are needed most. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Oscar.
Good afternoon, my name is Oscar. Señor, si puede pausar entre sus oraciones para que podamos traducir. Gracias.
Ok, mi nombre es Oscar, vengo del departamento del lugar de Carecen.
I'm here with Carecen.
Yeah. Teniendo la oportunidad de estar delante de la presencia de ustedes, pues se nos ha permitido, ¿verdad?, de que podamos hablar de la necesidad que hay en el local, de la necesidad que hay, tanto como para la fuente de trabajo que se nos da cuando hay oportunidades, como cuando también se sirve a la comunidad.
And I'm here, I am very grateful to be here in your presence today and grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak on behalf of all of the members in the community and all of the need within our community.
Entonces, la parte primordial es que se nos pueda conceder, ¿verdad?, ese dinero que se necesita, que es de los 3 millones que se pide para todos los lugares jornaleros. Gracias.
And I'm here that it is a basic need for us, of us asking for these $3 million that we are requesting for the day labor centers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Krista Warfield, and I am here today as a member of the Domestic Violence Homeless Service Coalition. We focus on ending homelessness in LA for survivors of gender-based violence and their families. We are grateful for the level of funding for survivors in this year's budget proposal and ask you to adopt a $12.3 million included. We also ask that LASA COC planning funding request is granted. The current gap means LASA will be unable to fully support core functions for survivors like the HUD DV Supportive Services Only Grant and DV Bonus Funding Renewal. LASA staffing continuity is essential for ensuring that survivors' unique housing needs are met. Additionally, layoffs and funding gaps will result in disruptive services. We are hopeful that City Council will move forward with $12.3 million proposed for survivor services and ensure LASA staff, DV staff is maintained. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Miranda García, yo soy residente del Distrito 10 y estoy aquí en unión con Translatina.
Hello, my name is Miranda Garcia, and I am a resident of the 10th District, and I am here with Trans Latina Coalition.
Y su programa Ángeles de Cambio, para abogar por el presupuesto que está en la mesa de parte de la alcaldesa.
And here with Angels of Change, I'm here in support of the proposition in front of the mayor.
Pero en este presupuesto no estamos incluidas. Desde hace 3 años, nuestra comunidad TGI-WI está en espera de ser incluida.
Well, we're not included within this budget. As of 3 years ago, the community TGI-WI is not included.
Esto no ha sucedido, por eso le pido a la concejal Heather Hack y a este comité que hagan una enmienda al presupuesto en apoyo para las comunidades trans.
This is why I'm here to ask Heather Hutt and the rest of this committee for an amendment in support.
Más ahora en estos momentos tan difíciles donde continuamos de manera persistente siendo excluidas. Y esto está sucediendo a nivel local y estatal.
More than anything in these moments where we continue to be attacked, and this is happening not only at a state level, but at a federal level.
Organizaciones como Translatina y otras organizaciones en Los Ángeles apoyan a nuestra comunidad, a veces con pocos recursos.
Organizations like Translatina, as well as other organizations, support our community here.
Y es importante que Los Ángeles tome acciones reales para apoyar a nuestra comunidad y nuestro bienestar. Ahora mismo estamos lidiando con diferentes.
It's so important that right now that LA needs the change, and we need your support for our community and our well-being.
Before you go ahead and get started, I just want to remind folks that if you've already spoken, and you can exit chambers so that we can let more people in. We have a bunch of people who are outside, but because of occupancy limits, we can't let them in until folks clear out. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es África.
Good afternoon, my name is Africa.
Les vengo a pedirles ayuda para que nos tomen en cuenta y nos metan acepten la,
I'm here to ask for your help and take us into account in accepting the,
nos tomen en cuenta para poder apoyarnos para, poder conseguir, ayuda para viviendas, para trabajos.
I'm here to ask for your support in rental and housing assistance.
Para no estar expuestas en la calle porque somos muy marginadas, somos violentadas.
Because we are at risk for homelessness, we're marginalized, we experience violence against us.
Por eso vengo de apoyar a la coalición translatina.
Which is why I'm asking for your support in supporting the Translatina coalition.
Para que nos ayuden con la iniciativa del apoyo y bienestar para las personas trans.
To help with the initiative of support and well-being for trans women.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Yaroslavsky, committee members. My name is Doug Coates. I'm a 20-year veteran of the LAFD and proud to be our UFLAC president of LA City Fire. You're going to hear today from a number of our rank and file firefighters on the ground, the ones who see our staffing crisis close and in person every single day. We're operating with the same number of firefighters as we did in the 1960s, with 6 fewer fire stations and 5 times the call load. As a result, our response times are nearly double the national standard. We need more resources, we need more firefighters, we need more paramedics, and in turn, we need additional drill towers. The mayor's budget funds just 2 classes, and that's not nearly enough. That's why we're asking you to fund a total of 4 classes so that we can finally start to build the fire department that all your constituents expect and deserve. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tony J. I'm a firefighter paramedic for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. I currently protect the citizens of West Hills out of Fire Station 106. I have 19 years on the job, and I can tell you out of those 19 years, our call volume has increased drastically. We respond to over 400,000 emergency medical calls a year, and that number continues to increase. There's a palpable strain, and we are feeling those effects every single day. When call volume goes up, response time goes up. When response time goes up, patient outcomes go down. It's that simple. We need more firefighters, and we need more paramedics drastically. That starts with more drill towers. The current mayor's proposed budget only accounts for 2 drill towers, and that's not even taking into consideration attrition. That's unacceptable. The citizens of Los Angeles deserve more, and the firefighters of Los Angeles deserve more. Please consider funding additional drill towers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Adelman. I'm your local firefighter paramedic from Fire Station 97 in the Mulholland and Laurel Canyon area. And we are running 5 times the amount of calls that we normally do. And we are just overworked in the field. And on average, our response times are double what the national average is. We cannot continue to address these demands of a 1960s business model or staffing model. And we just don't have the basic, with the bodies to cover the basic needs, let alone the Olympics that are coming up. And that should concern everybody in this room. We're asking for additional funding to fund additional drill towers. It's the most important step that you can make in this budget to support your firefighters. Without it, we will continue to fall behind.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Pohl. I'm a firefighter engineer at Fire Station 8 located in Porter Ranch. As a proud 26-year veteran of Los Angeles City Fire Department, I can tell you that the delays are compounding across the system. Ambulance, trucks, and fire engines are coming from farther away because closer units are already tied up. And over the next several years, hundreds of members like myself are becoming retirement eligible each year, which means we need to be hiring right now. We can't kick the can further down the road. It needs to happen now. Funding 2 more drill towers is an immediate step to get more firefighters in the pipeline. My family that resides in the city of Los Angeles and the fellow Angelinos that sit in this room deserve that. They deserve an adequate staffing level of the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Thank you.
I'm going to call a few more names. Yuridia Mesta, Maurice Reed, Elizabeth Orek, Monica Ballesteros, Daisy Gonzalez, Maria Olivaria, Julio Palacios, Michelle Otley, Howard Young, Brittany Thorne, Luz Castro, Janine Roan, Jorge Nicholas, and Lizeth Torres Tomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Garrison. I'm a fire captain in the West San Fernando Valley. I have 25 years with LAFD. As a company officer, I'm responsible for making decisions at critical moments, and right now, those decisions are being constrained by our staffing levels. We're all here to give you the same message. We don't have enough people. We're asking our firefighters to do a lot more every day with a lot less. Our firefighters are being asked 3 or 4 times a week, are being told they can't go home and that they need to work another shift, and some of them being told that after working many shifts in a row already. By now, you've seen the UFLAC budget letter along with the fire chief's requests. We support the priorities put forward in the requests, but we're asking for more drill towers to go along with it. To keep in mind, this isn't about our salaries or benefits. This is about meeting the very basic needs of what the LA City firefighters and residents deserve. Public safety's #1. Please fund additional drill towers.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Yaroslavsky, council members, Blumenfield, McCosker, and Hernandez. My name is Ryan Quigley. I'm proudly serving as UFLAC Secretary. I'm also a 23-year veteran as a firefighter paramedic. The staffing crisis we have today has been decades in the making. The city has relied on mandatory overtime instead of hiring enough firefighters and paramedics to properly staff the department. The model has never been sustainable, and our firefighters and the public are paying the price. Our priority is straightforward: increase staffing. And the fastest way to do it is by funding additional drill tower academy classes. Every week, our firefighters and paramedics are being recalled, forced to work additional shifts because we don't have enough bodies to cover the basics. The public cannot wait. please fund additional drill tower classes in the upcoming budget. And also another fun fact is that every day we recall, we're spending $40,000 to $50,000 just to hold people over, and that's irresponsible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Rich Ramirez. I am the Vice President of UFLAC Local 112 and also a firefighter paramedic recently assigned to Fire Station 11 in MacArthur Park. If you've heard from our members in the field, now I want to put some things in context. The National Fire Protection Association recommends that major cities have a 1.8 firefighters per 1,000 residents. San Francisco has 2.1 firefighters per 1,000, and Los Angeles has 0.87. Yes, 0.87 per 1,000 residents. If we had the same number of firefighters per capita as San Francisco, we should have over 8,000 firefighters. Instead, we have 3,300. The LAFD is half the size it should be. That's why UFLAC is moving forward with our ballot measure on labor's back, but we can't wait. We need more firefighters and paramedics. We got our ballot measure coming this November. Please support us. We can't close our staffing gap overnight, but we can start funding additional drill tower academies as a first.
Good afternoon. I just want to talk in support of our wonderful and brave firefighters, and I want to explain to the people in the audience in particular for why they're going through such a particular hard time. And the reason is actually twofold. One is in liabilities, thanks to the total lack of controls within the LAPD, where they are either bashing people, where they're either crashing into people, all sorts of use of force issues. And the other is massive public corruption. We have Current Price being indicted. We have the LA Alliance case. For those of you that haven't heard, it's the largest homelessness fraud case in U.S. history, full stop, and it is happening here today. I purchased all the court records. If you Google LA Alliance versus City of LA court listen, you will find it. And that is the true issue of why the budget is such a fucking shit show and why our LAFD can't get the funding they need. Even the programs such as safe parking, all that is included because Inside Safe is a fucking fraud. And Zabo over here knows all about that. So
good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Lizette Torres-Tomas, and I am a proud member of CHIRLA. Today, I am here to urge the necessity and funding Represent LA and day laborer centers at $3 million each. Represent LA is essential to safeguarding due process, preventing families from navigating a complex and unjust immigration system alone, and ensuring immigrant Angelenos have access to legal representation, oftentimes with life-altering consequences. Day laborer centers are vital community hubs which provide workers with safe job access and a place to turn to for support in times of uncertainty. At a time where federal immigration enforcement is expanding in unprecedented ways, it is essential that the city strengthens both Represent LA and day laborer centers. If the city claims to make active efforts in bridging tensions between federal, state, and local agencies, then let an increase in funding be the next step to prove community members otherwise. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Jorge Nicolás, and I'm here to support the day labor centers and Represent LA. We are hearing from other folks that we are running and funding the back to the 60s, and it's not just for one or other services, it's for a lot of the vital services in City of LA. So I'm here to support the day labor centers with a funding of $3 million and Represent LA with the funding of $3 million as well. So these programs provide vital services for our communities that have been attacked in recent months by the federal government. We need to take a stand. We need to show what LA stands for and how we are keeping our communities safe and our communities together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Orrick. I am a taxpayer, a voter,
and a third-generation Angelino. I am passionate about animals, about advocating for safe, humane communities for all residents, and ensuring that the taxes I worked so hard to pay are being spent wisely. And that is why I'm in strong support of the Best Friends and ASPCA proposal to support LA Animal Services. In a year when our city is facing an enormous budget deficit, there should be no hesitation to accept a financial and strategic gift like the one being offered by these organizations to do more and do better for the animals and for the people of our city who love their animals, as well as increase public safety and fiscal responsibility. I urge you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Thorne, and I'm the Executive Director for Best Friends Los Angeles. I'm here in support of the proposed partnership with Best Friends Animal Society, the ASPCA, and LA Animal Services. Best Friends has been supporting Los Angeles for over 30 years, and this proposal builds on that longstanding commitment with a $14 million investment to support 23 new positions dedicated to increasing adoptions, strengthen foster programs, and overall advancing pathway planning across all 6 shelters. Investment in long-term infrastructure to support consistent best practices, improve operational efficiency, and increase life-saving outcomes. At a time when our city shelters continue to struggle, we must align resources across the system that include programs like Dogs Playing for Life, who provide essential out-of-kennel enrichment and behavioral support that directly helps adoptability and decreases liability to the city. I urge the city to continue supporting its shelters through this unique proposal and restore funding for the Dogs Playing for Life contract. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Julio Palacios with the Day Laborers Program. In the wake of last summer's raids and wildfires, our centers have transitioned into primary hubs for Know Your Rights training, post-detainment resources, and safety support. We also provide vital assistance to employers involved in rebuilding efforts. Consequently, these facilities are now more critical than ever to the community's infrastructure, supporting economic mobility and integration. The need for upgrades across day labor centers in Los Angeles is necessary. Our existing open-air fenced spaces offers insufficient protection against external threats and environmental hazards. Reinforcing these facilities is vital to ensuring a safe refuge from raids and climate challenges, such as extreme heat and rain, while providing expanded spaces for community education. Upgrading these centers will ensure that works performed safely, proper wages are paid, both workers and employers have a structured, dignified environment, so please consider it. Thank you.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Maria.
Soy miembro de la organización de costura.
I am a member of the sewing organization.
Estoy aquí para pedir el apoyo de los concejales a la industria de la costura que inviertan y que ya es tiempo que reconozcan la industria de la costura.
I'm here to ask for the support of the council to this industry, to the sewing industry, for them to acknowledge it, to maintain it.
Todos estamos pasando momentos muy difíciles.
We're all going through hard times.
Hemos sido atacados por este gobierno y necesitamos su ayuda.
We've been attacked by this government and we need your help.
Que reconozcan el trabajo del emigrante.
For the work of immigrants to be recognized.
Porque también el emigrante hace sus taxes.
Because immigrants also file their taxes.
Por eso les pido que inviertan en industria de costura y que ojalá haya sido escuchada. Gracias.
That's why I'm asking you to invest in the sewing industry, and I hope I'm being heard. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Gloria, organizadora con el Centro de Trabajadores de la Costura.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gloria, and I'm an organizer with the sewing members industry.
Los trabajadores de la costura necesitan acceso a oportunidades de aprendizaje y acceso a nuevas maquinarias para poder competir.
The sewing workers need access to learning opportunities and also to new machines to be able to compete.
En mi experiencia, a los costureros, ellos nunca han recibido capacitaciones porque no hay fondos para capacitarse para nuevas maquinarias.
In my experience, sewing workers haven't been trained because there are no funds for them to learn about the new machines.
También sabemos que los trabajadores han sido afectados por las redadas, también los aranceles están muy impactados en la costura porque ha sido
We also know that workers have been affected by the rates and the tariffs.
Sí, también pues en Los Ángeles los trabajadores generan $1 millón de dólares de ventas el año, emplea.
We also know that LA workers generate $0.1 million on sales.
También aquí los dejo estos paquetes a los concejales para saber más sobre este programa.
I'm also leaving these packages here for the council members, for them to learn about the programs.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Oscar.
Good afternoon, my name is Oscar.
Y soy jornalero del Centro Jornalero de Carecen.
I'm a day worker from Careces.
El centro nos provee trabajo para sostener a nuestras familias.
The center provides work for us to support our families.
Este trabajo no solo nos ayuda a nosotros,
This job doesn't only help us,
pero también a la comunidad,
but also the community.
ya que mantenemos limpias las calles de Los Ángeles.
Since we keep the streets of LA clean.
Por esta razón le pedimos que aumenten el presupuesto a 3 millones para los centros jornaleros.
That's why we're asking you to increase the budget to $3 million for day labor centers.
También le pedimos aumentar el presupuesto a 3 millones para el programa Representa Los Ángeles.
We're also asking for a $3 million increase for the program Represent LA.
Gracias.
Thank you.
I'm going to call a couple more names. Ana Jimenez, Susie Vicuna, Angelique Reynoso, Christopher Kiles, Dehaney Morales, Delavine Enriquez, David Summers, James Thomas, Guadalupe Garcia, Sinai Ramirez, Shu Ming Cheer, Oscar Dominguez, Reza Islam, Chichi Navarro.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Yuri Mesa with the DEPSCA. I'm reaching out to share that while this year the day labor centers were included in the budget, it is not enough to cover the growing needs of the community. LA City recognizes May 3rd as the Day of the Jornalero since 2019. And the next week, workers will be gathering at these centers to commemorate this day. We ask that all 7 locations be funded for a total of $3 million. These centers have been vital to the community that supports economic mobility and integration. The additional funding would help support the cost of the additional case management, legal, security, and infrastructure work these centers have taken on that cannot be covered with the current budget allocation. I strongly urge you to consider increasing the funding to the day labor community centers in this year's budget. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Maurice Reed. I work for Chapter 2. I'm a gang intervention specialist, and the reason why we need to keep our budget is because 365 days a year we got boots on the ground, especially during summer night lights. We also have to go to these communities and talk to gangs around that community for these kids that can walk around these parks so we can make sure they get home safe. And we also need new contracts for gang interventions, and we also need extra money for gang intervention. just because every day we wake up, our lives on the line, and we try to do the best we can to save lives in every community that we involved ourselves in.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I work with GRID, Gang Induction Youth Development. We the only one that do overtime and we don't get paid. We are 1 o'clock in the morning, going through these murder scenes, coming to the families and do what we can do to help them. Only thing we asking is, give us the GRID and give us a little more extra money that we surely deserve. And I ain't only talking for myself, I'm also talking to my colleagues in the back. We all come here and we fight for the same thing. What you want to spend your money on? Sending people to jail or keep them out of jail? We at the lowest murder rate. Look at that, that's facts. We're at the lowest murder rates. And what it costs, $1 million to prosecute somebody for murder? We at 100, even though that's too much. And then for the youth, we do a lot for the youth. You know what I'm saying? Out of my own pocket, I buy stuff like cleats and everything. I'm also a youth trainer for the football team. We got 2 championship rings, and I'm willing to do anything I have to do to help the youth. That's what's coming up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ebony Abram, and I'm a Southern California Ceasefire Committee member, and I'm here with one ask, for you all to not only not cut GRID funding, but to increase it. Community intervention workers have survived and are surviving the ills of our communities, and therefore are the experts. The proof of our success is the data that everyone else, especially law enforcement, likes to claim. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Otley. I am a member of Ceasefire, Southern California. I am here today to ask if you can increase funding for the GRID and the Community Violence Intervention Program. This issue is deeply personal to me. I am a survivor of gun violence. In 2023, my son, Corey Otley, was murdered while sitting in front of our home. No mother should ever have to live with this kind of pain. I'm standing here today not just in grief, but with purpose, because I don't want another family member to experience what I have. These programs work. They prevent violence before it happens. Thank you.
I'm Dr. James Thomas, and I want to say 2 things. The difference between an interventionist and LAPD is that interventionists actually stop crime. LAPD come after crime has been committed. I'm here to say that the easiest thing to do is to not increase LAPD's budget, but to actually cut it and provide funding for these particular programs that do a great job helping to lift our people up and supporting the safety of people in communities all over Los Angeles. The other thing I'd like to say is I'd like to remind you of, I'm also a former Charter Reform Commissioner, quasi, I guess. I want to remind you of the amendments that we proposed. The Jubilee Amendment, the Black Worker Center, reparations, and also People's Budget LA. People's Budget LA, they surveyed 60,000 Angelenos, and they all unanimously said, to the tune of probably like 80 to 90%, that they want.
Good evening. My name is Daisy Gonzalez. I'm with the Garment Worker Center, and today we're here asking for funds to finally launch the garment and fashion industry pilot program. Garment workers have been hit by changes downtown, which causes the factories to move away. Tariffs are affecting the businesses. The ICE raids are affecting workers. So this industry needs support and attention, much like other industries get on behalf of the city. About 20,000 workers work in the garment industry in LA County, and about 1,400 businesses exist here. There's probably many more because so many are unregistered. Councilwoman Hernandez, you helped launch a task force to develop this program over 3 years ago, and we're still fighting for funds to help actually launch this program. We've been doing some outreach with the business source centers recently, but all this work is going unfunded, and there's so much more that the city could do for this industry, like promote it, much like New York City is already doing with their program. They got the idea from us, and they launched it with over $1 million.
Good evening, my name is Guadalupe Garcia. I work at IDEPSCA. We are glad that the day labor centers, which are a critical program, were included in the mayor's proposed budget. However, the level of funding does not address the realities of the day labor centers. The rapes and kidnaps that the current federal regime has conducted have severely impacted the day labor community and their families. Now more than ever, day labor centers are an important resource for the day labor community. Besides all services that the day labor centers have provided for more than 30 years, under the current federal regime, they have become a place where jornaleros can receive information, resources, and support pre- and post-race. Instead of giving almost $3 billion to LAPD, who have just watched while our community members are kidnapped, but protecting and serving those who kidnap us, increase funding for day labor centers to $3 million to ensure that additional case service, legal, security, and infrastructure work can be covered. Thank you.
Dear council members, my name is Dr. Shada Ashley. I'm a budget rep for the West Side Neighborhood Council, speaking as an individual. I participated in many meetings with Los Angeles Building and Safety and helped prepare the white paper for the recommendations. During those discussions, it became very clear that there's a substantial amount of revenue that is currently not being collected. I'm not here to complain about lack of revenue. I'm here to offer a solution with a very simple word. Currently, the city charter mandates the duty to enforce its law. However, there is a loophole. Within the LADBS and the LAMC, the word may is there rather than shall. A simple word change from may to shall will emphasize enforcing laws and collecting code violation fees that are currently not being collected. That leaves the city with millions of recoverable revenue uncollected. Thank you.
Look at this fine crowd. Robert Smith, Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 36. My notes say good morning, but it's good afternoon. Council members, the next 3 years, Los Angeles will host the Super Bowl, the World Cup, and the Olympics, biggest stages on the earth. This would, glasses I can read. Coming to our city, surge in tourism, opportunity, economic growth, but right now our city is leaving money on the table. A modern short-term rental ordinance could ensure these visitors can contribute directly to our city services in our parks and safety neighborhood programs. Let's prepare for smartly for the world's spotlight by keeping that revenue here in LA. Now I would like to say something else is our transgender community, we need to support. Our firefighters, we need to support. I've hit the ground many times and they've came and scraped me off.
I'm sorry, sir, but your time's up.
Thank you. Oh, no, sorry.
Distinguished members of the committee, my name is Scott Sale. I'm a retired internist, and I'm one of the founders of the concept of safe parking here in LA. Over the course of 9 years since safe parking was introduced to us at Leo Beck Temple by the revered and deceased Councilman Bill Rosendahl, our group of safe parking providers has probably served over 10,000 persons throughout LA City and County, living in their vehicles, and answered the phone over 25,000 times from persons needing help while serving as another resource with regard to the plight they're experiencing in homelessness. The beauty of safe parking operations is that it's a cheap, approximately $5,000 per person per year, true homeless prevention strategy. which facilitates a smoother, humane response to the tribulations of living in one's car. Do not unfund, defund, or destroy the concept of safe parking, which, if unfunded, will cost LA City a lot more dollars. Thank you.
Puede acercarse al micrófono, por favor. Y por favor, pause entre sus oraciones para que podamos traducir. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Delvin Enriquez, soy miembro de SAGE.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Delvin Enrique, and I'm a member of SAGE.
SAGE me conectó con Cell Parking.
SAGE connected me with Safe Parking.
Cell Parking ha sido como un salvavidas para mí.
It's been life-saving for me.
Estoy aquí apoyando este recurso
I'm here in support of this resource
porque he sido beneficiada con reparación de mi auto con $1,700.
It's helped me with repair cost of $1,700 to be able to repair my car.
Me han pagado la aseguranza, tengo tarjeta de AAA y pago de mis placas del DMV.
They've helped me with my insurance payment, a AAA membership, and also with my registration fees for the DMV,
Comida para mi perro y medicinas.
as well as
mi
medication
perro.
and dog food for my dog.
Ropa, suéteres, muchas cosas más.
Clothes, sweaters, many other things.
Estoy aquí para que por favor lo pongan en el presupuesto del 2026 y del 27.
I'm here to ask to please include it in the 26-27 budget.
Por favor, no quiten este recurso.
Please don't take away this resource.
Ha sido de bendición para mi vida porque he estado en la calle por 3 años y ahora ellos me conectaron para agarrar un apartamento.
It's been a blessing in my life. For the past 3 years, I was on the street and they helped me with rental, with assistance in getting an apartment.
Por favor, no olviden de anotarnos en el presupuesto 2026 y 27 a hacer parking.
Please don't forget about us in the 26-27 budget.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Angel Garcia. I'm a proud Latino trans man and a fellow Angelino. I've come here today with Trans Latin Coalition to support my fellow trans community. The Trans Coalition, alongside with community members, has repeatedly asked the city of Los Angeles to make meaningful investments in the lives of TGIs. There's a lot of funding that is going in the wrong places, and we are asking for our local politicians to help us to further have access to these resources. People in my community have suffered homelessness, lack of health resources, violence, just a lot of things that are injustices. I don't believe that we're asking for much. There's a lot of voices in this room that matter, and my community is one of them. We're just asking for the basic rights and resources that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to our next speaker, I just want to remind folks, and for those of you who are new in the room, we're actually calling names off of a list. So if your name hasn't been called, please don't come over to the side to speak. Please wait until your name is called. That will allow us to make sure we're getting to the folks who've been waiting in here and are waiting for their name to be called in order. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Susie Vicuna, and I'm here today as a member of the Domestic Violence Homeless Services Coalition. Our coalition is dedicated to ending homelessness in Los Angeles for survivors of gender-based violence and their families. We are grateful for the level of funding included in this year's budget proposal for survivor services, and we strongly urge you to adopt the full $12.3 million proposed. This funding is critical to maintaining essential shelter and support services for survivors. We also ask that LASA's Continuum of Care Planning funding request be fully approved. Without this funding, LASA will be unable to sustain core functions that directly serve survivors, including HUD domestic violence supportive services, only grant, and DV bonus funding renewals. Maintaining stable and experienced LASA staffing is essential to meeting survivors' unique housing needs, and further layoffs would result in serious service disruptions. We respectfully ask the City Council, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ashley Pittman. I'm a volunteer at the South LA Animal Shelter and a concerned citizen. The Department of Animal Services calls its mission Creating a Humane LA. This proposed budget moves the city in the opposite direction. It eliminates funding for Dogs Playing for Life, the only program with measurable evidence of reducing dog bites in our shelters. The department's general manager, Annette Ramirez, wrote to this committee's chair on April 21st to warn that cutting DPFL will negatively affect our shelter dogs' physical and behavioral health, decrease adoptability, and increase bite risk to staff, volunteers, and visitors. Los Angeles has paid more than $31 million in shelter dog bite settlements since 2023. Cutting the only program proven to reduce those bites is not only morally wrong, but also fiscally irresponsible. I urge this committee to restore DPFL funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Kyles, and I'm with the Ceasefire Organization. Ceasefire Organization actually started in 1995. It's been around going on, coming up to its 21st year. And it's a community of violent interruption. Violence has plagued all about, maybe not some of you guys, but most of our life, the communities. And we don't only just try and interrupt the violence, we try and teach them that there's a different way, that you get different choices. But this is done through, it's a non-profit organization. So it's done through donations and funding, and we're not asking for much. We're asking for, instead of the $50,000 the $60,000 that you're giving us, we're asking for $70,000. It's only $10,000 more. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chichi Navarro. I am with the Trans-Latina Coalition. The mayor's proposed budget increases LAPD funding, and it prioritizes sworn officer hiring over the civilian and community-centered capacity that prevents harm. It fails to fund unarmed, culturally competent crisis response, housing navigation, and reentry case management, these services that keep people safe without criminalization. Federal attacks on civil rights have worsened life for many, and those harms fall hardest on people at the intersections. TGI, immigrant, black and brown, working class, and those living in poverty. Trans-Latina Coalition is the only organization in this room that specifically centers TGI people, many of whom are also immigrants, system impacted, unhoused, black and brown, and living in poverty, and who are disproportionately harmed across every metric of injustice compared to cisgender and heterosexual people. Fully fund TGI wellness and equity, and please do not add more harm. Stop funding LAPD. Fund the reentry services, the services that help our people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Rios, longtime resident out of Boyle Heights, El Sereno, and even Lincoln Heights. I'm a retired school teacher from LAUSD. I am a full-time park advocate for our city parks. Bottom line is our city parks are dramatically underfunded, and the only way to get them funded is through a voter measure. I understand that the city council with 2/3 votes can support an amendment that would put that on the ballot in November. And so I'm asking this board and committee to please support a measure that would be put before the residents of LA to increase the funding for recreation and parks. Currently, they only receive 3% of the city budget, and it's a set percentage. And the only way it can get increased is by voter ballots. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is David Summers, resident of 90065, city worker and board of the EAA Union. I'm speaking to Exhibit H, items 13 and 14 of the budget instructing city planning to develop a vacation rental ordinance. Why are our 6,000 members so into telecommuting? Simply because we can no longer afford to live in the city we serve. Consider also that 54% of the unhoused population were of the rent burdened, many of whom have jobs and don't suffer drug addiction yet. Opening secondary homes to Airbnb risks a rapid erosion of the city's rental housing stock, freezing out city workers and renters from available units to increase revenues is not an acceptable trade-off. A better idea would be to increase funding for housing investigators to enforce the existing ordinance, with the revenues generated through penalties could potentially even exceed that collected through the Airbnb housing.
Hi, good afternoon. Shuming Chir from the California Immigrant Policy Center. I'm here to urge you to increase the funding from the Represent LA program from $1 million to $3 million. Represent LA is critical to ensure justice, fairness, and due process for immigrant Angelenos at a time when the Trump administration is violently attacking immigrant communities and allies alike, as well as engaging in rampant racial profiling. Nobody should have to face an ICE attorney and judge appointed by the Trump administration alone. And this program would ensure that anybody facing deportation would have an attorney by their side. By increasing funding to $3 million, LA City would increase its commitment to the safety of its residents, and also access to attorneys through a legal aid program such as Represent LA offers crucial assistance in navigating complex immigration laws, ensuring fair representation, and safeguarding the rights of immigrants. I also urge you to fund day labor centers at $3 million so that they can continue to provide critical services and resources. Thank you.
I'm going to Can we just take a minute to call some more names? Thank you.
Elvia Perez, Ebony Abram, Orquídea de Broy Reyes, Roberto Juarez, Amy Guzman, Aiden Bermea, Ashley Pittman, Charlie Herrera, Scott Sale, Lupe Guillen, Bilma Santiago, Thomas Jefferson, David Mays, and Michael Stevens.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Adriana Arjona.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Adriana Arjona.
Yo soy de la ciudad de Bell y vengo en representación también de Translatina Coalition principalmente y de otras organizaciones.
I'm from the city of Bell. I'm here representing the Trans-Latina Coalition as well as other organizations.
Que por favor se nos ponga en el presupuesto, ya que se necesita urgentemente salud mental, ayuda para la renta, para comida.
I'm here to ask for your support in including this in the budget. We desperately need mental health assistance, rental assistance, as well as food assistance.
Para una mejor parques recreativos y para el alumbrado público.
We also need better parks and recs and street lighting.
Escuelas y también acceso a medicamentos.
Schools as well as access to medications.
Es probable, también se puede ver si pueden un poco del presupuesto para la policía ganarlo para nuestra causa, para Translatina Coalition. Muchas gracias.
Also, I'd like to see if you could take some of that money going to the LAPD fund and donate that to our cause. Thank you very much.
Si se puede. Okay, greetings. My name is Dr. Critical Truth Bay. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for going over the budget hearings. District 8, Marquise Harris Dawson. District 9, Curran Price. District 10, Heather Hutt, who's also a member of the budget. I don't see them anywhere. Are they out to lunch? They need to be here because there are first-timers that are coming to City Hall and watching 15 districts squander $13.9 billion every year. We need housing for the homeless. We need safe parking, as you see. We need funding for mental health. We don't have a financial problem. We have a misappropriation of funding problem. So who is going to be responsible enough to help every one of these Los Angelinos who work hard with our tax dollars to be squandered by people who aren't even here? District 8, 9, and 10 misappropriate the most amount of funding, has the highest rate of homelessness, and not one district representative is here. Shameful, shameful, shameful. Thank you, Yarosclafi, Stanford, Bloomingfield. Thank you, McCosker, for at least being here and representing the people. Power to the people.
My name is Giselle. I'm here today devastated. Despite us showing up, speaking, and demanding to be seen, transgender, gender expansive, and intersex people were left out of this city's budget, left out at a time when our community is under attack. Transgender people are facing rising hate crimes and violence across this country. These aren't just statistics. These are real people being harassed, assaulted, and murdered for living in their truth. Right here in Los Angeles, a 61-year-old transgender woman and small business owner in the Westlake Mytharker Park area was targeted in a series of violent transphobic hate crimes starting in April 2025. She has reported multiple physical assaults, being thrown to the floor, beaten with a skateboard, and pepper sprayed. That is the reality we are living in, and the data confirms it. LA versus Hate and 211 reports.
Okay, before we move on to the next speaker, just a reminder for folks who've just come into the room, please wait until your name is called. And then once you have spoken, if you could be so kind as to leave the room so that folks who are outside trying to get in can do so. Next speaker, please. Can we get the next speaker, please? Oh, I'm sorry, can we get the mic? Welcome,
Hello,
please go ahead.
My name is Dawn Alexander, and I work with the Los Angeles Violence Intervention Coalition. I'm requesting that you protect and increase the funding for GRID, Community Violence Interventionists. While working with this organization, prior to working with this organization, I should say, I saw children ages 2 and up killed in the streets. This is why I'm here to say we need this organization. We need more money for GRID. Please increase it, not just leave it where it is. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kareem Hughes. I am with APUU, that's Advocates for Peace and Urban Unity. I am also with Los Angeles Violence Intervention Coalition. I'm asking that you protect and increase the funding for GRID and community violence intervention. This matters because traumatized lives matter. Intervention is often presented as a tool to combat gang culture. This is true. However, the bigger challenge is trauma. Most people in our community, young people that is, are traumatized by the normalization of violence, gang members and non-affiliates who live in war zones. I stand before you a CVI specialist, that's community violence interventionist. I just want to share a story. Just 2 days ago, which was Saturday, we had a group of young men who, based on their behavior and choices, were projected to be probably headed to prison. But because of our intervention strategies, our mentorship programs that we provide, all 3 of them went to prom on Saturday. And that may seem like a big deal, but it's big, and it's just an effort.
Hello, my name is Michael Stevens. I'm from Southern California Ceasefire Committee. I just wanted to say that the GRID program is working. It is working. I know it's complex when you compare policing to intervention, because there's no way really to have statistics, proper statistics on a crime that didn't happen. But we are making sure crimes don't happen, and that's very important, very important. Our murder rate is down, 370. We want it at 0, but 370 is good for a city of this size, the city of this magnitude. I just want to talk about the money. We don't want to be cut again. $2 million cut. Instead, increase us $2 million so we can continue this work. Our average rookie police officer makes $86,000 a year without any experience on the street. The average community violence interventionist makes $45,800 with 15 years of experience on the street. Calculate that. What's more important, our people or our pockets? Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Angelique Reynoso, and I serve as a senior state legislative manager with the ASPCA. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed partnership and contract between LA Animal Services, the ASPCA, and Best Friends Animal Society. Since 2014, the ASPCA has been on the ground providing direct services and investing in long-term solutions for Angelenos pets and the people who love them. We've performed more than 167,000 spay and neuter surgeries in LA, including over 26,000 surgeries for LAAS shelter animals. We've supported more than 14,000 kittens through foster care, transported more than 70,000 animals from LA area shelters to give them a better chance at adoption, and provided more than $16 million in grant funding to LA-based organizations. We share this not just as background, but to underscore that we've been working alongside LA Animal Services for years. That is why we've come together with LAAS and Best Friends to support a $14 million three-year initiative designed not just to respond to challenges our shelter system is facing, but to fundamentally strengthen the system for the long term. We respectfully ask for your support.
Yes, my name is David Mays, and I would like to thank the people at Safe Parking LA for giving me a place to stay in the evenings that was safe. And I would like to thank those wonderful workers, caseworkers, that came out and provided resources that got me through a very difficult time. There are people out there that are living in their vehicles that need a safe place to be, especially at night. And eliminating this program will make things worse for everybody, not just them, but for the community as a whole. So let's keep Safe Park LA going, because they really are indispensable.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juan Carlos González. Yo vengo
Good afternoon. My
representando-
name is Juan Carlos Gonzalez.
Yo vengo representando el Centro de Costura de Los Ángeles.
I am representing the Center for Garment Workers in LA.
Tengo 26 años trabajando en el área de la costura.
I've been working in this area in the garment industry for 26 years.
Estamos aquí para pedirles que nos apoyen.
And we're here to ask you for your support.
Muchos de nosotros que somos padres de familia, que tenemos hijos que han votado por cada distrito.
Lots of us are fathers, we have families, we have kids who have voted for each one of those districts.
Y la industria de Los Ángeles necesitamos apoyo, inversión en nuevas máquinas. Lo único que pedimos es apoyo.
In the industry in LA, we need your support. We only ask for your support to get new machines.
Gracias. Feliz tarde.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
I'm going to call a few more names. Katie LaFoon, Billy Arriaga, Kay Buck, Oscar Portillo, Raymond Rios, Vanessa Vasquez, Maddie Kropp, Gloria Miguel, Richard Lindsay, Jake Hart, Brittany Thorne, Trinity Tran, and Susie Ross.
It's all you. Go ahead.
Good evening. Tiffany Duvernay Smith is my name. I am a LASA employee, Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. I am most likely one of 284 people who will be laid off in 3 days on Thursday, April 30th. We can't afford to lose a single dollar of funding when the consequence is dismantling the very workforce holding this system together. If you allow cuts that push homeless service workers toward housing insecurity themselves, you're deepening the issue, you're not solving homelessness. We would like you to fund homeless services at 100% to ensure no disruption or elimination of services for our unhoused neighbors and to safeguard jobs at both LASA and our nonprofit service provider partners. Just know the most passionate people who are answering their calling and about their purpose are working at LASA. Don't let them transfer their skills to another sector. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is America. I come with our community members to come and ask the City of Los Angeles to truly invest in the lives of the trans, gender expansive, and intersex populations throughout the country and across all departments. We ask the city to add TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative to the FY 26-27 recommended budget, fully funded. The TGI community has long faced criminalization and discrimination, and now more than ever, in light of the new federal administration's attacks on our community's rights to gender-affirming care and tolerance, it is essential that our local government officials invest in community-based organizations to build up the infrastructure of our support for our community. At the local, state, and national levels, TGI individuals continue to experience homelessness, violence, and a lack of access to essential services. Funding TGI-led organizations to care for our community is a crucial step to continuing advancing equity and align with initiatives of the county level towards a more inclusive City of Los Angeles. Also, please lower CPD budget.
Thank you. Just before you go ahead, for those who are new in the room, please wait until we call your name before you line up against the wall to come speak. There are people who've been in here waiting for a while. So please, please, please don't line up until we call your name. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Aiden Bermea. I'm here in strong support of the TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative, a $4 million investment in organizations serving transgender, gender expansive, and intersex Angelenos. We asked the city to add the TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative to the fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget, fully funded. For years, community members and the Trans Latina Coalition have urged the city to make real sustained investments in TGI lives, especially as federal funding for DEI-related services continue to decline. TGI people have long faced discrimination, criminalization, and now increasing attacks on access to gender-affirming care and basic freedoms. This makes local action more urgent than ever. Across all levels of government, TGI people experience disproportionate homelessness, violence, and barriers to essential services. Funding TGI-led and TGI-serving organizations in a concrete step towards equity and aligns with the city, a commitment to a more inclusive Los Angeles.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Billy Arriaga, and I'm here to speak in support of the TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative. For 3 years, TGI Angelenos, transgender, gender expansive, and intersex community members have been asking the City of Los Angeles for meaningful investment in our safety, health, and dignity. This is not a new ask. It is not a symbolic one. It is about real services and real survival. This year, despite ongoing advocacy and a strong coalition led by the Trans Latina Coalition and community partners, the mayor's proposed budget once again left this initiative out. Out of a budget worth millions, only about $13,000 was allocated for anything related to LGBTQ communities, an amount that does not reflect the scale or the need of the city's stated commitment to equity. We are asking you to correct this by adding us to the budget that fully funds the TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative. Los Angeles cannot claim equity while continuing to underfund the communities most impacted. Please act now to ensure that TGI Angelenos are not left behind again.
Good evening. My name is Amy and I live in CD4.
I'm a small business owner and I foster dogs. Over the past 7 years, I've been lucky enough to foster and successfully adopt out over 40 dogs, most of whom were pulled from the LA City shelters and with the majority coming from South LA. The only reason I'm able to open up my home to the dogs and foster so consistently is thanks to the data that the playgroups through Dogs Playing for Life provides me. I have my own pets and I run a pet care business, so I have to know the dogs will be the right fit for my pack, so I can keep everyone safe and foster successfully. This program is invaluable to rescue organizations who are shouldering the burden of our ever-failing shelter systems. Rescues cannot match dogs with appropriate fosters or adopters without any info on how they are out of their cells. Kennel behavior is not real-world behavior. This is life-saving work, as dogs who are not given walks and playtime can deteriorate quickly in cages. LA City is already murdering dogs at an alarming and frankly deeply embarrassing rate, and cutting Dogs Playing for Life will surely lead to more happy dogs being killed.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Vilma Santiago
Good afternoon. My name is Vilma Santiago,
y he trabajado en la costura del Distrito de la Moda en Los Ángeles
and I work in the garment industry in the fashion district in LA.
durante más de 12 años. Soy un miembro activo del Centro de Trabajadores de la Costura.
For over 12 years, I've been a member of the Center of Garment Workers.
Los trabajadores de la costura necesitan acceso a oportunidades de aprendizaje y acceso a nueva maquinaria
Garment workers need access to opportunities, training opportunities, and also to new machines
para poder competir.
for them to be able to compete.
La industria de la costura en Los Ángeles requiere de inversión
The garment industry in LA requires an investment
para evolucionar hacia un ecosistema menos explotador
for it to evolve to
y
a
más,
better job environment
y más sostenible.
and more sustainable.
Les pido a ustedes de favor que no dejen morir esta industria
I'm asking you a favor, if you could please not let this industry die,
para que inviertan porque es una industria que genera mucho trabajo.
I want you to invest because it's an industry that generates a lot of work.
Nosotros
jobs.
necesitamos una industria de la moda
We need a fashion industry
que sea responsable y sostenible, justa.
It has to be responsible, fair, and sustainable.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Elvia Pérez, soy vendedora ambulante de la tercera edad. Y uno de
My name is Belmia Perez, and I'm
de la zona 10.
Disculpe.
Yo soy de la zona 10.
Disculpe.
Ahora soy la...
Perdón, no le puedo escuchar, se puede volver a comenzar.
Mi nombre es Elvia Pérez, yo soy vendedora ambulante de la tercera edad.
My name is Elvia Perez, and I do sales on the street, and I'm a senior worker.
Vivo en la zona 10 de la verdad, soy de la ciudadera de la nieto de 10. Ahora soy la cuidadora de mi nieto que tiene 10 años porque mi nuera fue deportada por ahí. En esa ley pido que constituyan
Disculpe.
un
I
fondo.
live in Zone 10 of the city, and now I take care of my grandchild who's 10 years old because my mother-in-law was deported by ICE.
Y pido ayuda para que apoyemos al fondo de vendedores ambulantes porque en realidad esto me ha afectado a mí mucho y ahora soy la cuidadora del niño. Y
I'm asking for
pedí-
help for you to support the people who make sales on the street because right now I'm the caregiver of my grandchild.
y dejando y han estado mal las ventas y por eso pido ayuda para que apoyen un poquito a las vendedores ambulantes, porque esto me ha afectado demasiado. Gracias.
And the sales have gone down, so that's why I'm asking for your support, because this has affected me way too much.
Greetings, my name is Richard Lindsay. I'm 67 years old and I stay at the Reseda Safe Parking lot. As you see, I'm wearing a Karen Bass for Mayor t-shirt. 4 years ago, I campaigned with the Carpenters Union to help get Karen Bass elected mayor. 4 years later, she's cutting the entire safe parking budget. Please do not cut this budget. This is the cheapest way to get people off the street. Moving forward, I see the Olympic flag hanging in the building, and I can't help but think of the 1984 Olympics where a man named Peter Uberoff, head of the U.S. Olympic Committee, raised millions through corporate sponsorship. Why can't the city of Los Angeles and the safe parking people come together, form a focus group, and try and do something similar? If you think that is far-fetched, think of the words of Walt Disney, who once said, "If you can dream it, you can do it." And to think that his business, his Disneyland and all that started with a mouse. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fabiana Gonzalez, and I'm here with Safe Parking LA, urging you to reconsider the proposed budget cuts to our program and safe parking programs as a collective. While this may be framed as a cost-saving measure, the reality is that safe parking programs are among the most cost-effective interventions we have. In Los Angeles, thousands of people are living in their vehicles, and safe parking programs provide a critical bridge between homelessness and permanent housing at a fraction of the cost of emergency services, policing, or shelter systems. LAPD crime statistics report that violent crimes committed against the unhoused, including vehicle dwellers, are more than twice as likely to occur during the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. It's not a coincidence, but by design, that a program like Safe Parking LA operates during these same hours to ensure safety of the most vulnerable members of our community. What we offer is not just a parking space. We provide safety from tickets and fines that can trap people in further financial hardships. We provide protection from harassment and theft. Without programs like Safe Parking, people don't disappear. They become more vulnerable, and the strain shifts to more expensive public systems. I urge you to please.
Hello, I'm here with the Trans Latina Coalition. This proposed city budget is not reflective of the needs that community members have been advocating for months. We do not need 8,500 officers, let alone 9,500 officers, to continue to police the residents of this city. A $14 billion budget, and there has been no proposed intentional allocation to support transgender, gender-expansive, and intersex people. Our communities face barriers in accessing other publicly funded programs, which is why TGIW is such a critical allocation. Based on the budget proposal, the city will continue to perpetuate these disparities that TGI communities face in these moments in particular of heightened violence. I look forward to this being amended in the final budget. Stop funding LAPD and fully fund TGIW.
I'm Jake Hart. I'm a Working Families Party organizer, and I'm here to ask you to please put forward an amendment to the BAS budget proposal to fully fund the public bank feasibility study. I don't need to sell you guys on the public bank. I know you support it, but I want to tell you about the look on people's faces who've lost faith in government when they hear about it for the first time, when they understand what it can do, and the hope it gives them for what this city could be. We need them to see coalitions of government and local organizers work on projects like this. It could restore faith in the system for them, and we need more people to be participants. We need more people to be activated. I need them to believe that power to the people is possible. Taking the money that goes to Wall Street and putting it back into the city is how we can build what we need. It's how we can restore faith. It's how we can show if the most progressive city and the most progressive state in the country builds something like that. The ripple effects, I can't even predict what they could be. It's how we can take our power back from bankers and shareholders and corporations that think they can control our lives. Please put forward that amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mirna Camarena, advocating for safe parking programs. The real impact that these budget cuts will have are families, individuals, and seniors that are doing their very best to survive. Safe parking is composed of working-class Angelenos and seniors that are doing their very best. However, due to the rising cost and lack of housing, has pushed them to live in their car. And did you know that because they're in their car, they don't qualify for many of the housing programs? For example, in-home safe. Guess what? Safe parking is not just a program, it is a lifeline. Without it, we are forcing our Angelenos and our seniors to go back on the streets, exposing them to violence, thefts, tickets, and constant displacement. And what about our Angelenos, our poor citizens? We are taking away their safety and their dignity. Let me tell you, cutting safe parking in LA is not a solution to the current budget crisis. It is more costly, more dangerous, and more visible. I urge you to invest in safe parking programs. Thank you.
Good evening, Trinity Tran with the Public Bank LA Coalition, and once again urging the council to fully fund the Public Bank feasibility study. We've made a lot of momentum since we were here last year. A majority of 9 council members have now put it forward your own discretionary dollars to move this forward, including 3 members of this committee. And our allies with SEIU 7-1 just also submitted a budget ask to fully fund the Public Bank feasibility study. So it's difficult to see why something that is such a minimal amount of money that could create a roadmap to save our city billions in the long run, cut down on borrowing costs, save money, and generate revenue to fund the things we need. So we're not dealing with budget deficit fights every year and cutting essential services. This is a common sense, practical step to move forward for the city to better leverage our public dollars for our public good. So we ask for your support to make sure that this is funded in the final city budget. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Maddie Kropp, and I'm a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here to ask you all to remove item 13 and item 14 from Exhibit H of the proposed budget. The proposal Airbnb is pushing today is bribery. Making this deal with Airbnb would mean sacrificing tenants like me and those in this room to prop up Airbnb's bottom line. They have poured millions into astroturfing this campaign in the city, all while they have actively participated in illegal settlements in the West Bank, and their co-founder is an integral part of Donald Trump's Doge initiative. A company like this has no place in our city, let alone our budget. Enriching them in this way comes at the expense of working people in a city already struggling with homelessness. We have people here who are living in parking lots. The enforcement of existing laws is so lax that even now entire floors of my complex are turned into STRs openly under the marketing of tenant partnerships. This is the future that Airbnb proposes for this city. Renters replaced with STRs and our tax base slashed due to the displacement of working people.
Buenas tardes, miembros de este comité. Mi nombre es Vanessa Vázquez. Soy miembro
Good
del
afternoon,
colectivo
committee. My name is Vanessa Vasquez,
y soy vendedora ambulante en el Distrito 13.
and I make
aquí
sales
para
on the
abogar-
street on District 13.
Estoy aquí para abogar por considerar un fondo para los vendedores ambulantes.
I'm here to ask for your support to consider a fund for people who make sales on the street.
Como saben, los vendedores ambulantes han sido impactados en estas redadas de migración.
As you know, people who make sales on the streets have been impacted by the rates.
Estamos pidiendo el apoyo para un lugar seguro, ya que la mayoría de vendedores ambulantes son mujeres, sobrevivientes de violencia doméstica, madres
we
solteras y
asking-
personas mayores de la tercera edad. Y estamos
We're asking for your support for us to have a safe place because the majority of us are women who have suffered from
y estamos
domestic
pidiendo-
violence or seniors.
y estamos pidiendo el apoyo para los vendedores ambulantes. Gracias.
And we're asking for this support for the ones who make sales on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker starts, just give me 1 second. For those who are new in the room, just some housekeeping. Please wait until we call your name before you come up to the front. You can come line up over here on this side of the wall and then come and sit in this front, my right, your left row. 1 minute for public comment. Please make sure at the outset you say your name so that we can mark you down as having spoken. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susie Ross. I'm a long-term volunteer and networker at East Valley Animal Shelter, and I've been there before the DPFL program even existed. And what I saw was absolutely disgusting. Volunteering almost every day. Dogs sitting in their own waste, urine, feces, and diarrhea for hours and even days. There weren't enough volunteers to take them out of their crates or kennels, even just to clean their water, which is often filled with diarrhea. Dogs would go days without being walked, not because they were sick, but because there simply wasn't enough volunteers. There wasn't enough coverage then, and there isn't enough now. I personally saw walk lists showing many dogs that had not been walked for 3 weeks due to lack of volunteers. DPFL has been a game changer. It gives these dogs a chance to get out, decompress, and be seen. And even now, many dogs only get out once every couple of days if they're lucky. These animals are not just being euthanized for space, they are deteriorating mentally from stress, fear, and confinement. We don't need fewer resources, we need more. Staff is stressed thin.
One second, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
There we
about that. Before the next person goes, I want to call a few names. Melinda, Griselda Lopez, Angel Garcia, Bob, Arnold Allen, Michael Davies, Marina Serena, Robert Smith, Valerie Velasquez, Javier Sanchez, Kareem Hughes.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Ballesteros. I'm with Move LA, and I'm here to ask that you go ahead and add the $325,000 into the budget that has already been approved. The council has already approved the public bank feasibility study, ran a public process to select the consultants, and even voted unanimously to fund the study before it was swept by the outgoing council president. We are ready to move forward. Leaving out this funding stops something that's already been set in motion. Meanwhile, we keep paying billions of dollars to outside banks while we're in an affordable housing crisis. City services are being squeezed and infrastructure needs to be upgraded. This is a small practical step to understand how to reduce those costs. Please include it in the budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kay Buck, and I'm the CEO of CAST, Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking. I'm not only here representing CAST today, but also the Domestic Violence Homelessness Services Coalition. We are here in support of housing resources for survivors of human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault who are also experiencing homelessness. We are really grateful for level funding for survivor services in this year's budget proposal, and we urge you to adopt the $12.3 million included. Maintaining this funding is essential to safety and to saving lives. We are also concerned, however, about gaps in support for survivors navigating housing transitions. Survivors who are matched to emergency housing vouchers are now at significant risk, and we need to stop that. We need to make sure those resources in place. This is a critical moment to reinforce a public health model approach to human trafficking and gender-based violence, one that promotes safe housing.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kristen. I'm a South LA resident and volunteer at South LA Animal Shelter. My comment comes in the form of questions. Can you please tell us the most efficient plan of action you have for moving hundreds of dogs in and out of kennel when you purposely leave animal care underfunded and understaffed in the city of Los Angeles and are now cutting the budget even more, allocating no funding to necessary animal care programs like Dogs Playing for Life? What is your budget-friendly solution to prevent overwhelmed staff from burnout? Please tell us your solution for the lack of volunteers to operate at a high enough level to be able to remove dogs from their kennels often enough that they get the bare minimum of enrichment needed to avoid kennel stress. If Dogs Playing for Life is not the answer, please let us know what your replacement is for such an important program. I trust you already know you cannot pull an effective program like this without finding an equal or better replacement, because not doing so would be ridiculous. So I'm curious to know if you plan on simply removing funding for such a program, what your next solution is. What is your most cost and time-effective solution to the amount of dogs that are needlessly euthanized for the sole reason that they end up at
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a Safe Parking LA Warm Line team member. I take 7,000 calls a year from our neighbors who find themselves experiencing homelessness and living in their vehicles. They are not strangers. They are members of this community. Safe parking programs are one of the most cost-effective, compassionate tools this council has at its disposal. We provide supervised lots, secure locations where individuals and families experiencing vehicular homelessness can sleep safely at night. We connect people to case management, social services, and realistic paths towards housing. The data is clear. Safe parking works. Participants are far more likely to transition to stable housing than those left unsheltered on the streets. Cutting this program doesn't solve homelessness. Council members, I am
Good afternoon, my name is Melinda. I'm asking you to please increase the budget for LA Animal Services. Shelters are struggling to keep up as animals are being surrendered in record numbers. Cruelty, neglect, and abandonment of animals is on the rise, and many people who report animal emergencies to LA Animal Services say they wait hours or days before anyone responds. LA shelters are over capacity and are often filthy and chaotic as staff struggle to keep up with the overwhelming influx of animals. Dogs sit in crates in hallways indeterminately, and many members of the public who have attempted to do the right thing and drop off homeless cats have been instructed by shelter staff to let them go on the street. Cutting funding and staff under these circumstances would be an act of cruelty towards this city's animals. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I want to call a few more names. Kit Williamson, Lynn Chow, Christine Cole, Akila Gary, Lydia Catalan, Lionel Maris, Vanessa Vasquez, Yana Brennan, Alan Gonzalez, Miranda Garcia, Neo Arboleda, and Dea Thomas.
Good evening. My name's Michael Davies. I'm a retired city planner, former board president of Engineers and Architects Association, but I'm here this evening as CD10 resident and DSA member. I must say I was appalled to see in Exhibit H the vacation home rental ordinance finding its way into the city budget when enforcement of the current ordinance is so poor, less than half compliance. If that were any other land use in the city that we regulate, alcoholic beverages, beverage sales, or billboards, that would be viewed as catastrophic. Why in the world would we seek to increase the pool of potential violations rather than take whatever efforts we can and invest that in improved enforcement of the current ordinance? If it were alcoholic beverage sales or billboards, the last thing we would do is increase the number of liquor stores, increase
Buenas tardes a todos estos miembros de este comité.
Good afternoon, members of this committee.
Mi nombre es Javier Sánchez y soy un miembro de Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
My name is Javier Sanchez, and I'm a member of Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Soy vendedor ambulante en el Distrito 13.
I am a street vendor in District 13.
Como ustedes saben, la venta ambulante ha sido muy impactada por las redadas de inmigración o ICE.
And as many of you know, street sales and street vendors have been impacted by ICE raids.
Por eso venimos para abogar que se considere un fondo específico para vendedores ambulantes del presupuesto de Los Ángeles.
And that's why we are here to advocate for a special fund to be dedicated for street vendors within Los Angeles.
y que haya un apoyo para nosotros como vendedores, negocios ambulantes en espacios públicos,
And to ask that there be some type of support for us as street vendors in public spaces,
como la Copa Mundial y los Juegos Olímpicos.
such as during the FIFA World Cup and the Olympic Games.
So, les pedimos su apoyo para que hayan algunos fondos para nosotros porque hemos sido muy impactados por esto y queremos apoyo, que haya un apoyo de fondos para nosotros como vendedores ambulantes.
Which is why we are here asking for your support. We've been very impacted, and we're asking for your support in a monetary form for us street vendors.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tonya McClendon. I'm speaking on behalf of Valeria Vasquez with the Los Angeles Food Policy Council. I am born and raised in South LA, and I'm a resident of District 10. I am speaking in support of the Good Food Zone pilot program. A quarter of Angelinos are food insecure, and the prevalence of food desert, like in South LA, perpetuate these realities. Many Angelinos are working to address these access issues by opening and running healthy food retail and food desert communities. The Good Food Zone pilot program provides incentive dollars for these retailers, like Mealtime Market and Baba's Vegan, to do what they do best, feed their communities. If no funding is allocated to extend the pilot to see the program through, the Los Angeles community will lose its only incentive program that supports healthy food retailers who actually want to serve their community but end up facing systemic disinvestment in their communities. My ask is that you allocate $500,000 for microgrants and referral linkages to Good Food Zone eligible businesses in the upcoming budget. We see the Good Food Zone as just one piece of repairing decades of harm that ensures all Angelinos have dignified, responsive access to health and wellness via food in their communities. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mariana Serna. I'm a participant in the Safe Parking Program. I just wanted to mention how a lot of the participants in that program are elderly and they're not here today, but struggle to walk and disabled. And as for me, you know, I pay taxes on both of my jobs. I don't consider one of those jobs going through the trashes and looking for recycling as well. Safe Park LA has really been the only thing that I qualify for because I have a full-time income. Aside from that, you know, I just got out of surgery. It's pretty hard to not have access to a toilet when your stomach and everything is pretty sensitive. I'll just urge everybody that please, if you really have to reconsider the budget, cut out the pizza or something, but cutting the program altogether would just be devastating, especially for the people that couldn't make it here today. Yeah.
My name is Michelle Villagomez, and I'm the Senior Director for Municipal Affairs with the ASPCA. I'm here to speak in support of the proposed contract to help LA Animal Services. Like many systems nationwide, LAAS is facing challenges driven by high intake, longer lengths of stay, staffing shortages, and increased demand for services that help keep people and pets together. This partnership strengthens LAAS from within. It provides funding for more than 20 critical staff positions across the system, including leadership roles, adoption and return to home specialists, foster program staff, and community CAP program personnel. It includes 4 full-time embedded advisors from the ASPCA and Best Friends who will work on site with LAAS staff to support training, program development, and implementation. It supports transformational improvements across the entire system. This is not about replacing LAAS, it's about supporting LAAS leadership and staff with the resources and tools that they need to succeed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessie Oldham, Senior Director for the ASPCA. We respectfully ask not only for the approval of the ASPCA and Best Friends proposal, but for the city to make best efforts to continue funding key positions beyond the initial 3-year period. This will be essential to ensuring that the improvements achieved through this partnership are lasting. As we think about sustainability, it's also critical to protect the programs already working. We urge the committee to restore funding for the Dogs Playing for Life program at Animal Services. This program provides enrichment, behavioral support for shelter dogs, reducing stress, and moving dogs more quickly into homes. Animal Services itself warned that budget reductions could lead to animals going without adequate care, becoming sick, deteriorating behaviorally, and remaining in shelters much longer than necessary. This program supports limited staff and directly contributes to better outcomes for animals. As the city considers resourcing for animal services, we ask that you please consider the partnership with ASPCA and Best Friends and supporting Dogs Playing for Life. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I'll call a few more names. Kim Nice, Henri, Ariana de la Fuente, Memphis, Ada Sueves, Fabiana Gonzalez, Nancy Zugina, Mara O'Neill, Julie Zander, Michael Stevens, Joseph Rondu.
Lynn Chow. I have submitted over 50 fact-based, time-stamped, written public comments to the LA Animal Services Commission documenting conditions at South LA Shelter. I support the $14 million proposal from Best Friends and ASPCA. However, it adds a district supervisor, and based on conditions at South LA Shelter, this approach should be reviewed. This is not just about capacity, it is conditions and accountability. At South LA, under district supervision since September, a Giardia outbreak began January 22nd. Dogs were confined to their kennels for approximately 60 days without Dogs Playing for Life for most of that time. At a commission meeting, it was stated there was no written kennel cleaning log during outbreak. Dogs Playing for Life provides essential enrichment. It has been removed from the proposed budget and the funding should be restored without lapse. Without it, dogs are often evaluated behind kennel doors, which may not reflect their true behavior. Animal food has been reduced to zero.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Griselda López y vengo representando al Poder Colectivo Comunitario. También soy un vendedor ambulante de...
My name is Griselda Lopez, and I am here representing Poder Colectivo Comunitario, and I am also a street vendor.
de Los Ángeles y vivo en el Distrito 1. Estoy aquí para abogar para que consideren un fondo específico para vendedores ambulantes en la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
I'm from LA, and I live in the 1st District, and I am here to advocate and ask you to consider a specific fund be considered for street vendors here in Los Angeles.
Como saben, la venta de vendedores ambulantes ha sido muy impactada por todas las redadas del ICE. Yo me he atrasado mucho en mi renta y yo no he ido a vender por semanas y a veces me da miedo.
As you know, sales have been really impacted by all of the ICE raids. I'm currently behind on rent, and I haven't been able to go out and sell.
Entonces les pido por favor nos apoyen con este fondo para que nos ayuden, porque si no vamos a ir a vivir a la calle con toda mi familia. Tengo una niña.
And I'm here to ask, please, for your support. Otherwise, we're going to end up on the streets. I have a child.
Good afternoon. My name is Deja Thomas with the LA Food Policy Council, and I'm a resident of District 10, and my organization serves the people across the city. I'm here today speaking in support of Good Food Zone pilot programs, specifically the South LA Zone, which covers Districts 8, 9, 10, and 15. A quarter of Angelenos are food insecure, and the prevalence of food deserts in places like South LA perpetuate these realities. This program, created by this very council in 2020, works to repair decades of disinvestment and harm created by food deserts by providing incentive dollars to support healthy food retailers. Our communities are under attack from raids to tariffs and SNAP benefits being cut. All of the businesses in the pilot cite this program as instrumental incentives that allow them to continue to provide healthy food while maintaining sustainable and fair business practices. I ask you allocate $500,000 for microgrants and referral linkages so we can continue to support businesses like Baba's Vegan Principio Supermarket and more. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes. Primeramente les doy las gracias por escuchar todas nuestras peticiones. Mi nombre es Alejandra González y vengo del colectivo Poder Comunitario de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for listening to all of us. And my name is Alejandra Gonzalez, and I am here with... Adelante.
También soy vendedora ambulante. Estoy aquí para abogar por todos mis compañeros vendedores para que consideren sobre un fondo para nosotros, ya que hemos sido muy impactados por redadas.
I am a street vendor, and I am here in support of all of my other colleagues who are street vendors and asking you to please designate a special fund for all of us street vendors as we have been so impacted by the raids.
El fondo que necesitamos para lo de manufactura, ya que ya contamos con carritos que nos permiten trabajar, pero no a todos nos beneficia.
We're here, we need funds. Some of us have carts, but not all of us can benefit from that.
Y como vendedora, pues nos sentimos muy tristes, ya que han habido familias separadas, hijos que se han quedado solos. Y pues el apoyo de ustedes nos ayudaría bastante.
As a street vendor, so many of us have been impacted. We're so sad. Families have been separated. Children have been left alone. So your support would be much appreciated.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, just a couple housekeeping points for those of you who are new in the room and haven't heard this yet. For Spanish speakers, please, when you speak, take regular pauses to allow for the translator to translate. We pause your time once you stop speaking and start it again when you start again. Can I get that translated, please?
Buenas tardes. Para ustedes que nos acaban de acompañar, por favor, un recordatorio si requieren traducción de español a inglés o viceversa, por favor recuerden si pueden pausar entre un par de palabras o una oración para permitir a los traductores que puedan traducir. Le apreciamos mucho. Gracias.
Thank you. And one more thing, please wait until we call your name before you come and line up over here. We will get to everybody who's on the list who signed up to speak. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Buenas tardes, miembros de este comité. Mi nombre es Lidia, de Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Good afternoon, members of this committee. My name is Lidia of Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Soy vendedora del sur centro de Los Ángeles.
And I am a vendor in South Central LA.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que en este presupuesto de la ciudad tengan un fondo disponible de 5 millones para la venta ambulante.
And I am here to ask that you include within the budget this year a fund of $5 million for street vendors.
Que tengamos una infraestructura como los carritos, como alcance y más educación para los vendedores.
To provide for infrastructure like carts, as well as education and resources for street vendors.
Nosotros no estamos de acuerdo en lo que le llaman seguridad para nosotros. No nos beneficia la policía.
We do not agree with what you call as safety for us. The police does not benefit us.
Si no hay sangre o muerte, la policía no acude a nuestro llamado.
If there is no blood or violence, the police does not heed our call.
Queremos que inviertan en alumbramiento público en cosas más básicas.
We'd like you to invest in more basic things like street lighting.
Como más contenedores de basura, que la barredora pase 2 veces por semana.
Or investments in things like trash bins and that the street sweeper come around twice a week instead of once.
Más apoyo en salud mental, más que nada apoyo de prevención. Me refiero a diferentes cosas.
Support in mental health, but more than anything, support and help in prevention, and I'm referring to various things.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Before you get started, just one more reminder. This is one continuous meeting from Friday, so if you've already spoken during public comment, please don't come up to speak again so that everybody has the same amount of time. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jana Brennan. I'm with the Michelson Center for Public Policy. Reduced access to spay and neuter is increasing risks across city operations, from more roaming animals to traffic collisions to rising shelter populations and service calls. Today, we're seeing the consequences. Over 31,000 dead animal pickups this year alone, which is an increase of over 37% in 5 years. Liability payouts tied to animal incidents have surged to over 17 million in the same time. And fewer veterinarians are participating in the city's voucher program, which is limiting access to critical services. Prevention is more efficient than response. Animals that are already spayed and neutered are spending fewer days in the shelters, saving hundreds of dollars per animal and reducing impacts on sanitation, public safety, and liability payouts. Increasing animal services budget will reduce intake, shorten length of stay, and lower costs, saving the city millions annually, and cutting imperative programs like Dogs Playing for Life would harm animal well-being, compromise staff safety, and cost animal lives. This investment is not just humane.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bonnie, and I'm here for two things. One, I'd like to request that the budget not be cut for DPFL. And also, I'd like to request that the board or the commission approve the proposal between Best Friends and ASPCA to collaborate with the shelters to improve the conditions and make this a viable solution for the future. If we invest time and money now, we can make changes that will reduce the risk for the future and correct a problem that has been ongoing and is continuing to grow. So please respectfully take this into consideration and do not cut the budget for animal services. Any funds that are being redirected to beautify the city for the Olympics and upcoming events should be earmarked, or they should be fundraised through the Olympic Committee and not
Good evening. My name is Alex Morales on behalf of Immigrant Defenders Law Center. IMDEF advances justice and equity for immigrant communities by providing deportation defense and legal services to more than 30,000 individuals each year. Through this work, we witness firsthand the impact of immigration enforcement on families, including here in LA. Removal proceedings are deeply traumatizing, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure people's rights and dignities are protected every step of the way. We urge the City Council to secure $3 million for Represent LA. Represent LA is the strongest tool we have in LA to uphold due process and constitutional rights for immigrants navigating one of the most complex legal systems in our country. Access to legal representation is consequential, yet nearly 70% of detained immigrants go through the proceedings alone. In prior years, the city has supported with $2 million. This is the time to double down, not to scale back. Today, the city must invest, and our budget must reflect the current reality and our values. Support the day labor centers too.
Good afternoon. My name is Kit Williamson, and I'm speaking on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals and our over 40,000 employees, members, and supporters in the city of Los Angeles. PETA regularly receives complaints from LA residents who are not getting the help that they need from the city's overcrowded, understaffed animal shelters. Animals in these shelters already frequently are deprived of the most basic care, a clean kennel, walks, fresh water, because the existing employees can't keep up with the high volume of animals coming in. The mayor should be declaring a state of emergency at LAAS, not slashing the department's already inadequate resources. And private money with strings attached will never be an acceptable substitute for guaranteed public funding of the shelter system's necessities. It is the city's responsibility to deal with the fallout that is occurring from this administration's failure to take common sense steps to deal with overpopulation crisis, steps that PETA and local LA rescue groups have been urging since before she took office. So please, reject this reckless budget proposal. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Tracy L., speaking on behalf of Ariana De La Fuente with the Los Angeles Food Policy Council. I am speaking in support of the Good Food Zone pilot program, which impacts District 8, 9, 10, and 15. The Good Food Zone policy passed in 2020 creates an evidence-based, community-driven incentive program that concentrates public investment in predetermined zones, particularly in South LA. We are under attack from ICE raids to tariffs and cutting SNAP benefits. The 30 businesses in the pilot share Good Food Zones as an instrumental incentive program that supports them to continue to provide healthy and affordable food with sustainable and fair business practices during these volatile times. Dedicating funding to extend the pilot allows us to continue to support healthy retailers while measuring community impact. I ask that you allocate $500,000 for microgrants for Good Food Zones in this upcoming budget. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lupe Guillen, and I'm a case manager for 14 years. I'm here to expand the unarmed crisis response for more money for street lighting. And on my own behalf, I'm here as board members in Lincoln Park and the neighborhood council to see if you guys can advocate more funds for us so we don't have to ask our community reps for funds for our community events. I'm also here to advocate for Rexham Park, especially Lincoln Park and Lincoln Heights, which is a important community. And most important too, for the safe parking, as a case manager, I always send clients there and they felt very secure. Thank you for your support.
Hi, my name is Memphis Perez. I'm the small business rep from the Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking as myself. We need more money for our neighborhood councils. We need more money to be able to support community events like the 4th of July, event that might not happen this year, making this the second year. We need money for youth events. Last year, someone stole our Park Rec sports material, and we had to postpone summer games. Till we reached out to Councilmember Unices, and she bought it, and the rec center saving the sports season for the youth. Thank you, Council Member. We also need to expand unarmed crisis response to include all of this in every part of the city. This program provides a more humane approach, and the results are better than the current solutions. We also need this budget to include funding for all our young entrepreneurs. We need community hubs for locals to buy and sell like a tianguis, not like a farmer's market. We need to create local jobs and keep our money in our communities. Local buying from locals. Local affording to pay commercial rents.
Hi, my name is Julie Zander. I'm from Westchester, California, and I'm here today to ask you to continue the funding for Shower of Hope, a mobile shower unit that provides showers to our unhoused Los Angeles residents and healthcare, and a vital bridge to other services that are offered and that they need to have access to. Also, to Safe Parking LA. I, as a former director of affordable housing at the Department of Housing Preservation and Development in New York, have seen this program firsthand really be a bridge that brings people to permanent housing, that gives them services, access to jobs, access to healthcare, fundraising to get the car they need to get to the job that they have. And the bang that you get for your buck in these programs, I'm not sure how you're making your decisions, but I implore you to really take a look at these programs and the service they provide.
Hello, my name is Joseph Rondeau, speaking on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. If the city wants to cut the spending and staff at the LA Animal Services, the only ethical way to get there is to invest in measures to reduce the number of unwanted animals being born in Los Angeles. Advocates have been begging the city to enforce mandatory spay-neuter ordinances to crack down on illegal breeding, and it's not happening. These laws are being flagrantly broken, including rampant breeding in Skid Row that is regularly documented by concerned citizens but rarely addressed. There is no shortcut and no substitute for public funding of our city's vital animal services and shelters, including low-cost spay and neuter for those who need it. And no mention of funding for the essential services was included in the recent announcement about the city's partnership with 2 nonprofits, which speaks to the importance of keeping public funds in our public shelter system. Cutting funding and staff in this vital department will only ensure that the current crisis spirals even further out of control. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janine Roan, and I'm an elected delegate to LACDP and CDP. I reside in District 14, and I am here to advocate for Shower of Hope and safe parking. The area that I live in, well, I'll just say that I consistently gather with delegates throughout the state of California, and most cities have issues, housing issues. And it's been such a source of pride to be able to talk about these two programs. You know, the idea that we're giving people dignity, yes, it's a bridge. These programs are bridges, but they're also for people that are just in transition. They may just need a couple of weeks, they may need a couple of months to get a down payment down for an apartment or whatever. And the fact that we give them dignity, a restroom, a shower to go get a job, it's just, to me, the cost is minimal to the advantages that we would get. So.
Before the next speaker, can you just give me 1 second? So can you raise your hand if you haven't spoken yet? Okay, so that's most of us. Okay, so our system crashed. So I'm gonna read names, and if you can come up to this side over here, and then you'll make your way over and speak. So I'm gonna just call some names. Adriana Arjona, Aya Nikia Estro, Alan Spring, Alyssa N, Angel J, Angelina X, Anna Robertson, Bonnie Rahe, Brennan Weber, Brittany Williams, Cameron King, Celia Arwen, Charlotte Woods, Chrisman Oliver, Claire Summers, Claudia Garcia, Connor Smith, Christina Cortez, and Deandra Davis. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Maura O'Neill, and I'm a policy analyst for Better Neighbors LA. We focus on regulating short-term rentals to preserve long-term housing. We urge the committee today to oppose items 13 and 14 of Exhibit H in the budget. Passing the vacation rental ordinance in Los Angeles would hurt LA's long-term residents. Airbnb spokespeople have claimed that advancing common sense regulation on short-term rentals would benefit the city, and we agree. However, what Airbnb supports in these two items is not common sense. As cities across the world strengthen short-term rental regulations due to the harms they cause, the actual common sense solution is to enforce the regulations that we already have instead of allowing Airbnb to prepay its tax obligation in exchange for passing the vacation rental ordinance. Please stand with working people and remove items 13 and 14 from the proposed budget. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Asia Nakia. I'm the founder of Compassion Kind, a rescue pulling dogs from our 6 county shelters, Skid Row, and encampments. I've spent nearly 20 years in rescues working inside county shelters, disaster zones, and developing countries. LA should be setting the standard for animal welfare, but instead it is operating like a third world country. Cutting dogs playing for life is inhumane. Out of kennel time, sunshine, movement, and play groups should be the standard in shelter care, not a budget line item. For the dogs, this is their only moment of relief and the only real behavioral assessment rescues have to safely pull them. The issue is not that we need more laws, we need enforcement. Enforcement of spay and neuter policies, a suspension on breeder, hobby, and intact licenses, a crackdown on illegal breeding, and an end to unaltered dogs being adopted out with vouchers. We must focus on reducing intake and preventing dogs from ever entering our shelter. DPFL is not a luxury program, it is a life-saving initiative dogs depend on. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim Anise, and I am the Vice President of Compassion Kind Foundation, which is a foster-based animal rescue here in Los Angeles. I moved here just 1 month ago from Washington State, and I am just appalled at the state of our shelters here. In a city with so much opportunity and resource, it's just disgusting to find out that a program like Dogs Playing for Life could be cut. Every dog deserves to leave their kennel at least once a day as a bare minimum. That is basic human care that needs to be a requirement. Reducing this program would increase euthanasia and the killing of innocent dogs, because a program like this improves behavior. It gives dogs a real chance at adoption or rescue. And without that outlet, we are just setting these animals up for failure and to just deteriorate. I urge you to fully fund the Dogs Playing for Life contract in the 2026 to 2027 budget. The greatness of a nation is how we treat our animals. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Charlotte Woods, and I supervise a safe parking program. Every day, I work directly with people who are living in their vehicles, families, seniors, and individuals who simply need a safe place to land. Safe parking gives them that chance. It provides safety, stability, and dignity in a moment of crisis. What I see in this program is not just a need, I see progress. When people have a safe place to park, access restrooms, and supportive through case management, they begin to move forward. Then find work, secure housing, and rebuild their lives. This program works because it meets people where they are. It gives them time and support to stabilize without the fear of being moved alone, sighted, or unsafe during the night. I have seen clients come in, safe parking with nothing but their vehicle, and then within months, they transition to stability and stable housing. That kind of outcomes matter, and it doesn't do much to lower the cost than transitional shelter systems. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brennan. As a former SGA student government, this is a dream come true. So I trust you have all of the data, so I want to tell you a story about my friend Chase. Chase grew up without a father and more recently without a home until his mother found safe parking LA. That's where we met. And he was 9 years old at the time. He loved Spider-Man, soccer, and he quickly became like a little brother to me. And I even got to see him sing at his school holiday play in December. He did a great job. And on February 25th, Chase celebrated his 10th birthday, but it was also the week that him and his mother got housed thanks to the incredible work from our amazing case managers at Safe Parking LA. We celebrated by going to the Santa Monica Pier and playing on the arcade. It was a lot of fun. And I'm here today to ask you to please protect the funding for Safe Parking LA so more families like Chase's can find stability through this low-cost, high-impact program. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Hello, my name is Claire Summers, and I'm an active animal rescue volunteer here in Los Angeles. I'm here to ask you to fund the Dogs Playing for Life program at LA Animal Shelters. This program is vital to the physical and behavioral health of the dogs, but also to the health and safety of the shelter staff, volunteers, and community as a whole. Dogs are confined to their small concrete kennels for more than a month sometimes without a walk or any socialization. Yes, that also means they go to the bathroom in that same small cell. As you can imagine, they deteriorate rapidly in these conditions, which decreases their chances of adoption while increasing the risk of an accident involving someone who's caring for them and just trying to help. Animal Services is already an overlooked department with so many unmet needs. There are simply not enough volunteers to keep up with the number of animals who need socialization. As you can imagine, volunteers don't want to come to work in deplorable conditions, and Dogs Playing for Life provides a necessary outlet for the dogs. Thank you.
My eyes, sorry. First of all, thank you all very much. I'm really grateful to be in here. My name is Claudia Garcia, and I am a volunteer at North Central City Shelter. I am here to ask you to please continue to fund and renew Dogs Play for Life contract 2026-2027. I have been a volunteer on and off for the past 15 years, and this program is essential, not optional, for the well-being of staff, volunteers, the public, and dogs. Our shelters are busting at the seams with too many animals and never enough cleaning or volunteers to safely take them all out. Dogs Play for Life is the most cost-effective strategy for the safety of staff, volunteers, public, and dogs. There is no way to downplay the crisis that we are currently in, and making this cut would negatively impact our communities. DPFL is an organization that has proven to be professional, knowledgeable, flexible, and most importantly, demonstrated the importance of playgroups. Please do not take away this highlight.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Crispin Oliver, and I serve as an associate director with the Homeless Agents Housing Services Agency, SSG HOPICS. And I'm here to urge the city to formally include safe parking in the city budget as an ongoing funded intervention. Safe parking programs led locally by my agency, WLCAC, Safe Parking LA, feel like critical gap in our homeless response system. It's an essential option for participants who are working, who are medically vulnerable, and simply do not thrive in congregate settings. So these programs provide dignity, stability, safety, and often act as a really good bridge for permanent supportive housing. Yet it remains a largely absent from long-term budget planning. So as we address homelessness in South LA and across the city, I can hope that you guys consider that to keep it in your budget. Thank you.
Hello, I am here from Butterscotch Castle Rescue to talk about the budget cuts to the LA shelter system. I've been rescuing, rehabbing, and rehoming stray and shelter cats for many years, as well as doing targeted TNR in neighborhoods of greatest need. Mayor Bass has ignored the crisis at LA's animal shelters as they've fallen deeper into a state of dysfunction. Instead of implementing common sense measures to address the city's homeless animal crisis, such as enforcing a mandatory spay and neuter ordinance and allocating more tax dollars to funding community-focused spay and neuter, the mayor has taken a hands-off approach while LA's at-capacity shelters turn away animals, dump them in the street, and house them in crates. If the mayor had given meaningful time and attention to this crucial department, she would know that cutting funding and staff will be catastrophic. Please reject this disastrous budget proposal. Thank you.
My name is Alan Spring. I'm a retired LASA employee. The county has cut $200 million from homeless services. I'm calling on the city council to hold the line and maintain 100% of homeless service funding with no cuts, with no disruptions, and with no elimination of services for our unhoused neighbors. None of us would want to do without the talented and hardworking homeless service workers. Fewer workers means a worsening homeless crisis. Furthermore, many of these workers would be at risk of homelessness themselves. I'd call that a lose-lose result. Our great city must be the stability this moment demands. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Connor Smith. I am a member of Unite Here Local 11 and a resident of Council District 5. I am here to urge you, do not support this budget with items 14 and 15 included. These items must be removed. We're in a homelessness crisis and housing loss is part of the cause. Converting homes into short-term rentals makes that worse. My family has lived in District 5 for quite some time and we want to stay. Every unit matters right now. Protect housing, not speculation. Remove items 14 and 15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Williams. I am a member of Unite Here Local 11 and a resident of Council District 15. I'm here to urge you, do not support this budget for items 14 and 15. These items should be removed. This is being sold as a revenue solution, but it is not. It shifts tourism while reducing housing and long-term economic stability. This is not a real solution. It's a long-term risk. Remove items 14 and 15, vote no. Finally, my union supports CHIRLA and other immigration allies in more funding and representing LA and Labor Day centers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Robertson. I'm here to request that the Dogs Playing for Life contract in the 2026-27 budget is fully funded. It's the least that can be done, considering what else money is being spent on in this budget, which is just absurd and ridiculous and time for another time. Discuss another time. The DPFL playgroups are the only structured out-of-kennel time most LA shelters dogs ever get. Without them, dogs in concrete kennels spent 24 hours a day, no walks, no play, and no joy. These playgroups are how LASS learns the most important thing about every dog, how they behave with other dogs. This single data point drives every adoption, rescue pull, and every life-saving decision. This contract costs less than 1/100th of 1% of LA's $14.56 billion budget. Cutting it costs the city every claim to be a humane LA. Please fully fund it and really reconsider how the city is funded. More is needed for animal services. Thank you.
First of all, 1 minute to speak is absurd. Having a meeting at 3:30 in downtown is absurd. How many ways can you tell you don't actually want to hear from the public without telling us? There needs to be another hearing at an accessible time. There are hundreds of people who are locked out of this meeting because of a failure to plan. In a city of nearly 4 million, it is unacceptable to have city council chambers with 2 rows blocked off and a room that can only fit about 200 people. The room is not full, and yet people cannot get in. We are united in our demands, though, to fund services, not police, to adopt a people's budget, and to prioritize things like housing, our youth, parks, repairing our streets, real crisis response, not the police who kill 1,200 people a year. Adopt a people's budget, not a budget of the Los Angeles Police Protective League. You are supposed to do and represent the people, not the police. This is merely a proposal, and you all have an opportunity to make this right and to pass a just.
Before you go ahead and speak, I just want to call a few more names. Christina Flores, Donna, Eddie Tate, Eric Adams, Aaron Hoover, Evan Cholerton, Fizion Fernandez, Georgia Hawley, Godfrey Plata, Gwen Godek, and Ivana Ruelas. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim. I'm with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. I would like to know, when are you going to listen to what the people want? If we're truly a democracy, then when thousands of people surveyed tell you that they want health care, housing for everyone, better infrastructure, mental health services, better pay for teachers, free childcare, free college, safe community alternatives to police. Why don't we do it? It's our tax dollars, not your money to spend however you want or however the LAPPL wants. We don't want more police. We don't want to be murdered, brutalized, and harassed for breathing. Police don't prevent or stop violence. It's been proven. All they do is arrive after it's already happened. If we want to stop it, we have to fund services for communities. When are we going to try something new? When will we try what's been proven to work? What people actually want? When will we truly be a democracy? People want services, not police. Adopt a people's budget now.
Hello, everyone. My name is DeAndrea Davis, and I'm here to speak on to Access City Council to include funding for access centers, problem-solving programs, and safe parking to this year's budget. All vital programs needed for our community and system that are at risk of being eliminated come July 1. Problem solving is the most effective, cost-effective tool in our homeless system. On average, it costs only $2,600 per household to resolve a housing crisis, compared to $40,000 to $50,000 per year for someone to go into interim housing. Access Center served over 20,000 people last year. They served over 140,000 services, over 1 million meals, and over 80,000 showers. If we can't keep Access Center's doors open, that means we're losing out on other life-sustaining services. Safe parking parking is constantly being utilized where and it's a tailored service that responds to vehicular homelessness. If these basic needs are not met, no one is going to have anywhere to go, and these costs are going to be shifted somewhere else. Thank you.
I'm Megan Emmy of the Downtown Women's Center, urging full funding for all access centers, including differentiated services that meet the needs of young people. Access centers are not just a one-time place to go get enrolled into HMIS. They are a life-sustaining resource that people rely on every single day. In our last year of full funding, our access center served 3,500 unique women and survivors who received over 100,000 meals and over 17,000 showers. Across all adult serving access centers, over 20,000 unique people were served, roughly half of the 2025 unsheltered LACOC count. If access centers' doors close, we risk all the other services offered, and when people's basic needs are not met and they have nowhere else to go, we shift the cost burden to other costly emergency response interventions. Access centers keep our communities healthy and safe, and we urge you to prevent their closure by providing full funding. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cristina Cortez. I am with the Domestic Violence Homeless Services Coalition and Downtown Women's Center. We focus specifically on ending homelessness in LA for gender-based violence survivors. First, we want to thank you for the continuous level funding that you all have invested for supportive services, for survivor services in this year's budget proposal, and we also urge you to adopt the $12.3 million that is included. We also ask that you grant the LASA COC planning funding request. The current gap means that LASA will be unable to fully support life-saving programs under the HUD DV Supportive Services Only grant and through the DV bonus funding. LASA staffing continuously is essential in ensuring that survivors' unique housing needs are met. Additional layoffs due to funding gaps will only disrupt the innovative services LA has created and that are adopted throughout the country. I am hopeful that the City Council will move forward with the $12.3 million proposed for survivor services and ensure LASA funding is maintained.
Good evening, council members. My name is Patima Komalamet, and I'm with Center for the Pacific Asian Family, and I am also a member of the Domestic Violence Homeless Services Coalition. And we are here today to really advocate for the continued and sustained $12.3 million proposed budget for survivor services. And ongoing investments in survivor services are critical to meet the demand for proper support and shelter. And in particular, last year we were able to sustain through your advocacy, Chair Yaroslawski, for survivor services, and also have an increase in that funding as well. I also wanted to mention that for LASA COC planning funding requests, we would love for that to be granted. The current gap means LASA will be unable to fully support core functions for survivors like the HUD DV Supportive Services Only grant and DV bonus funding renewal. LASA staffing is essential, and we urge the city to adopt the $12.3 million general funds. Now more than ever is a critical time to protect and
Good evening. My name is Jessica Brown, SAG-AFTRA union member. I'm going to try to do this as fast as possible, and I'm sorry if this is not on appropriate, but I would really love to see investment into the restoration of the Cinerama Dome and its continued maintenance and to maintain its historic status. Emergency funding for low-income and homeless individuals that have pets that need emergency vet services. Increasing the housing staff in the LA Housing Department. Every time I call them for enforcement issues, they always say they're understaffed. Start a downtown self-start business district where people with ideas and goals can utilize the businesses that are dormant and to try to exercise and grow a business plan, and then fund public access station.
Hello everyone, my name is Donna and I am back. I don't know if you remember me from last week. This started because of the illegal poles that have already started construction on Daly Street. I'm calling on Eunices Hernandez if you can help me out here and urge this entire council to throw Karen Bass's budget in the trash, because she plans to oppress us all with parking tickets and parking enforcement. So much so it's actually taking up 50% of the entire transportation budget. Also, she appointed somebody to make $300,000 a year to oversee 3 blocks, La Placita Olvera. And the manager of transportation is making $50K less than a year, and they oversee transportation for all over Los Angeles. There are far too many people making way too much money, so much so they remove free parking Sunday. This is displacement. This is illegal. Throw the whole budget in the trash. Your money is here.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, my name is Christina. I'm a former animal care technician from 2013 to 2016. I'm here to ask that you protect and increase the funding for adequate staffing, spay, neuter vouchers, and enrichment programs. While I worked at the shelter those 3 years, I really heavily relied on all the volunteers. LA has the best volunteers. We were always staffed with working 2 or more sections, and unfortunately that's not sufficient to clean and disinfect kennels. So when we would be intaking animals, one would be removed and adopted or something else, and then we would be bringing in a new animal. The cage is filthy. We'd bring them in and put them right back in that dirty cage of another animal's urine and feces. Unfortunately, with my background with veterinary technology, I know what fomites are, I know contact time, and we weren't doing that. We weren't.
Before you get started, next speaker, let me just call some more names, please. Giselle Becerra, Jerry Jones, Jesse Oldham, Jessica Brown, Jillian Burgos, Joy Wyckoff, Juan Munoz, Kevin Eza, Kiara Hickman, and Kim. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Erin. I'm a small business owner and a resident of District 10. I remember being told years ago that LA was officially a no-kill city. I learned quickly that that meant technically we don't kill dogs for space. I then learned the hard way as becoming a volunteer at the South LA shelter that that wasn't true either. Dogs are killed every day, and often they're labeled as behavioral issues because they're terrified and panicked in their cold, wet cell. I'm sure some of you are pet owners. Can you imagine if your beloved pet found itself in a cold, wet, dark, strange place surrounded by the screams of other dogs, how it would behave? Probably not the same way it behaves when it's laying on the couch, right? DPFL is a program that not only enriches these dogs, but it provides vital information to get them adopted and rescued. It's not just about playing. Isn't adoption and rescue the point? We're the greatest city in the world. We need to act like it. Please, I implore you to not cut the funding for that program.
Hello, my name is Eric Adams. I'm a proud resident of CD1. I'm also a proud member of the disability community. I wasn't expecting my points later in the speech to come so clearly to pass here at City Hall. I arrived 2 hours early so I could accommodate my disabilities by getting a seat early. I was denied by LAPD. They said they do not need to accommodate people with disabilities until they enter the building. Once I entered the building, I was denied access to the chamber, and Sergeant Clark in the hallway proudly told me that if we accommodate you, that everyone and their mom would show up with crutches in a wheelchair claiming to be disabled. Can't tell you how dehumanizing and offensive that statement is. It's not right, and it's so indicative of the LAPD in general. Everyone here is telling you to fund the people that help, and LAPD does not do that. You can't shoot a building into existence. You can't shoot a shelter into existence. Just right-size this budget, lower LAPD's portion, and please support these good folks with banks and shelters and
Hello, my name is Gwen Godek, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I have volunteered at the South LA Animal Shelter for over 13 years. In all of that time, bringing on DPFL is the only thing that has actually made a measurable improvement there. Playgroups offer essential enrichment for the dogs, but they also make shelter staff safer, provide invaluable data, and so much more. LA Animal Services can't create a more humane LA without the support of DPFL. Please fully fund this critical life-saving program.
My name is Eddie Tate, and I'm currently a resident of Safe Parking, just newly. But it was amazing to me when I got there that so many elderly people need space, safe space. Being homeless, being a senior, is not very easy. These people provide a place where it's safe. You don't have to worry about the shadows passing you on the streets, the police harassing you on private property, lots. I'm going to ask you if you can find it in your hearts to be more helpful than hurtful.
Good evening, council members. My name is Evan Shalwerton. I'm a resident of CD2 and a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America LA chapter. I am asking you to remove items 13 and 14 from the proposed budget. These items are pay-to-play politics, plain and simple, letting Airbnb buy a law that it likes in exchange for a short-term cash grab, at the expense, of course, of actual residents. I am tired of watching this city hand favors to corporate landlords and Airbnb while ignoring the actual solutions, building social housing, funding a public bank, enforcing the home share ordinance. That's where this budget should go, not into bending over backwards so Airbnb and corporate entities steal our housing and our communities. Stand with the people of LA. Stand against Airbnb's money. Stand for renters and long-term residents, the people who actually live and work here. Remove items 13 and 14. Focus on real solutions. Thank you.
Godfrey Plata, Deputy Director at LA Forward. Just before 1:30 p.m. today, your offices received our community's formal budget recommendations. I'll recap. First, the mayor's budget does not fund growth for UMCR on our models of crisis response. We need your help to phase in UMCR to citywide coverage by 2028. Growth has to happen at least partially this year for us to stay on track. This means increasing the $18.3 million budgeted, and we believe that $12.4 million this year can divert PD calls to mental health supports in 6 additional divisions, 71% towards citywide coverage. Additionally, this is cost savings. It saves money from more expensive FD and PD capacity that does not need to be used for all call types, and is a preventative measure against liability payouts. Second, despite being based on a rosier revenue picture, the mayor's budget reduces funding for immigrant legal services via Rep LA, just $1 million for immigrant families. Meanwhile, the waiting lists are in the hundreds at Chirla. We need more money for neighbors for deportation defense, $3 million, not $1 million. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Georgia Hawley, CCO with the Midnight Mission. For the first time in years, we're seeing real progress, a reduction in homelessness, because this city chose to invest in people, coordinate solutions and care, and it's working. And still, people are dying on our streets every day, not numbers, not statistics, our neighbors, people we know by name, people who are relying on all of us. This is not the time to pull resources away. A 17% reduction is not a technical adjustment. It is real human consequences. Fewer safe places to sleep, fewer doors into services, fewer chances to survive. At the Midnight Mission, we see people suffering, trying just to survive one more day. Entry points like safe parking, access centers, and hygiene centers are often the difference between life and death. When those disappear, people don't just struggle more, they disappear. We are closer than we've been in years. Please do not let us lose that. Please do not let people die because we pulled back too soon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jillian Burgos, CD2 resident, neighborhood council president, speaking on my own behalf. All Angelenos deserve equal services. I know you're tasked with how do we pay for it, but millions of Angelenos are counting on you. It's astonishing that we always have funding for reactive services, but we don't have it for preventative ones. What does that say about us? I'm asking you to raise the budget for UMCR to at least $30.7 million in order to have a true expansion. LAPPL doesn't want to deal with mental health crises, homelessness, public intoxication, and 20 other call types. We can divert these calls to unarmed crisis response to teams that will do the job for less and better. Next, Airbnb must be stopped. It's bad enough that they're trying to buy our elections. Why are we allowing them to make our city unlivable? The vacation rental ordinance would raise rent and increase homelessness at a time when we are finally on the cusp of making some real progress. Safe parking saves lives. We always say immigrants have built LA, but we need to stand behind them. Increase the funding for Represent LA and day laborer centers to
Thank you. I'm going to call some more names before the next speaker. Kristen Holmes, Kristen Zanakis, Lucian Rao, Margarita Ibarra, Margarita Ramos, Marisol Diaz, Megan Emmy, Mel Tilekarat, Melissa Dugol, Micah Jones, Michelle Villagomez, Mirna Camarena, Nicholas Gardner, Norma Palacios. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Jerry Jones with the Greater LA Coalition on Homelessness. I'm here in solidarity with the other homeless service providers who are fighting for specific programs that are being cut or eliminated. I also want to remark on the general trend that we are seeing in LA City's homelessness budget. In 2023-24, the homelessness budget as adopted was about $1.3 billion. In fiscal 24-25 and again in fiscal 25-26, it was in the range of about $950 million. This year it's less than $800 million. And so in 4 years, we have lost roughly a third of what the city is spending to address this crisis. But the number of people who are out there seeking help certainly has not dropped by a third. We've seen some progress, but that progress will not be sustainable if we continue to reduce the homelessness budget. Please restore these cuts. Thanks you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kiara Hickman, a safe parking case manager whose program was not considered in the 26-27 budget plan. And that omission will have such a negative impact on our communities. This program provides safety and dignity to our communities, a secure place to sleep, reduced risk of harm, and relief from constant citations. It serves hundreds of individuals and families each night who rely on that stability to survive and function. The program is low cost to operate, yet the outcomes are so strong. Within a year or less, many participants are able to secure income, stabilize their situation, and move toward permanent housing. Case management is also a key part of that success. Many people need just a little guidance and love and a starting point to move forward. Not funding this program does not solve homelessness at all. It removes one of the most effective tools we have. I urge you to reconsider and restore it. Thank you.
My friend Jasmine Lomas was shot in the face by LAPD at a peaceful protest, a less lethal round centimeters from her eye. This is the reality of the department this budget wants to expand. LAPD alone has cost the city nearly $400 million in settlements over just the last few years. Excessive force, civil rights violations. You know, California requires 1,600 hours of training to cut hair, 664 to carry a badge and gun. We're investing billions in a system that is undertrained and costing us hundreds of millions while cutting from the programs Angelenos are begging you to fund. Every dollar spent on lawsuits is a dollar not spent making our neighborhoods safer. Those are Chair Yaroslavsky's own words. So why does this budget propose 510 new officers while safe parking sites shut down and homeless services get cut? The 2024 count found over 13,000 vehicle dwellings across LA, people whose only shelter is their car or RV, and we're pulling the rug out from under them. Angelenos want investments in housing, mental health, and community safety. Don't expand the broken system. Fix it first and invest in what the city needs. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Juan Munoz, and I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. Our union urges you to not support this budget with items 14 and 15 included. These items must be removed and do not belong in the budget. From a budget standpoint, this does not make sense. The proposed budget does not rely on revenue from a proposed vacation rental ordinance. From a policy standpoint, this moves us backwards. The city, in conjunction with us and many other advocates, have worked to address short-term rentals so we protect people, housing for people like our members, but this proposal expands them beyond primary residences and runs counter to that. We also know enforcement is the real issue. A report found that the city has missed billions in fines, and enforcing just 5% of illegal rentals could generate over $42 million a year while returning housing to residents. This proposal does not fix that. It risks rewarding bad actors. Please remove items 14 and 15. Finally, our union stands in solidarity with our immigrant justice allies to fully fund Representative LA and their asks. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, council members. It's been a long day. Appreciate you all being here and paying attention, so thank you. My name is Ben Kay. I am the chair of the LACOC board. I'm also one of the directors at SSG Hopix in SPA 6. I want to talk briefly about pressure. Our system has been under pressure for a very long time. Beginning in the new fiscal year, we are going to undergo a significant amount of new pressure as we are going through funding cuts. There are a few programs that act as release valves to that pressure. The Access Center, Problem Solving, and Safe Parking. These programs are designed and the staff are trained to handle and to care deeply about the people they're serving. In a moment when we are going to see more people seeking services, we need programs that A, are very affordable to run, but B, can release that pressure, and these programs do. I'd ask you to fund them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Zenikis, and I'm from District 14. I foster dogs from the South LA shelter, and Dogs Playing for Life is how I get to know the dogs before I bring them home. It's where their personalities come out, and once they're with me, I get to see new sides of my own dog that I haven't seen otherwise. He's way more confident when we have more dogs at the house, and that's because dogs bring out things in between the two of them that us people can just not do. And without Dogs Playing for Life, I lose the ability to know these dogs before they come home with me, and they lose the only interaction they get. If they don't, they'll be sitting in a concrete kennel 24 hours a day. This program is 1/100th of 1% of a $14.8 billion budget. Please restore funding, and yeah, it's an important thing. Thanks for your time.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your attention tonight. My name is Micah Jones, and I live in CD4. I'm here to urge you to continue funding Dogs Playing for Life. Shelter staff use the social information gathered from DPFL to connect the right dog with the right adopter. Cutting DPFL would mean fewer adoptions, more returned dogs due to temperament mismatches, and ultimately thousands more good dogs dying in our shelters. On a personal note, adopting a rescue dog was massively influential in helping me overcome a mental health crisis a few years ago. The structure and stability it created wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been connected with the right dog. That's what DPFL does for so many. If you want to help the mental health of our city, please fund Dogs Playing for Life. Our shelter's ability to connect people with the right dog can help folks like me manage their mental health before reaching a point of crisis. This will save our city valuable time and money on our crisis resources. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Melina Abdullah. I'm with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. On Friday, you allowed us to come here and present the findings of the People's Budget Survey and the People's Budget process. And what we're hearing today is people here for many, many different reasons. Same thing on Friday. People are here because they want to fund services for their dogs. They want to fund parks. They want to represent Los Angeles. They want safe parking. They want all of these things. They want funding for a range of things, housing, mental health resources. You know what not a single person said they want more money for? Police. And so the mayor knows this, and she chose not to listen. And that's reflected in her budget proposal. You, we hope, will choose to listen and adopt a people's budget that prioritizes and funds resources, not police.
Hello, my name is Tandiwe Abdullah. That was my mom who just spoke before me, and she mentioned that no one here said they wanted to give more funding to the police in the upcoming fiscal year budget. But I think on top of that, the police are also the department that's most responsible for liability claims and overspending. And it's like we just are continuing to reward them for their behavior. Someone came up here and mentioned that their friend was shot in the face by LAPD during a protest. That is not okay. It's not okay that civilians are walking into this building to engage in a democratic process and are receiving ableist remarks from officers here. So these are some of the feelings and responses that people have to policing, and we know that they need to be disciplined. That is also part of your job, right? And we want to make it a part of your job as much as possible to mitigate overspending and invest in people's wellness. Thank you.
Necesito traducción, por favor.
Adelante.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta y demás miembros. Mi nombre es Margarita Ramos y soy miembro de UNED HERE, local
I'm a member
11.
of UNED HERE. My name is Margarita Ramos. Good evening, Madam President.
Y soy residente del Distrito 13.
And I'm a resident of District 13.
Estoy aquí para pedirles no apoyen este presupuesto con los puntos 13 y 14.
I'm here to ask you not to support this budget with the items 13 and 14.
Y deben eliminarlos.
You must eliminate them.
¿Por qué deben eliminarlos? Porque como una madre que soy, tengo 3 hijos.
Why do you have to eliminate them? Because as a mom of
Y
3
uno
kids,
de mi hijo mayor quiso comprar su casa acá en California, pero fue imposible.
and my oldest one wanted to buy his home here in California, but it turned out to be impossible.
Tuvo que viajar a Vegas para poderse hacer de su propiedad, para poder proteger su familia.
He had to go all the way to Vegas to get his property for his family.
Más del 60% de los STR son ilegales.
More than 60% of the STRs are legal.
Esta propuesta no corrige eso, lo recompensa.
This proposal doesn't correct that, it rewards it.
Hagan cumplir la ley.
You have to make
No premien las violaciones.
to enforce the law and do not reward violations of it.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Alex Martinez. I'm a current member of the United Here Local 11 and resident of the Council District 13. I'm here to urge you, do not support items 13 and 14 included. These items must be removed. This proposal could only allowed tens of thousands of homes to be removed from the housing market. And I just want to give you an example. I'm a current homeowner. I live near an Airbnb, and I could see a lot of disturbance, loud music, and we had a fire in the past. So please, right now, I'm able to afford my home, but I don't know if in the future I'll be able to afford it. And I'm afraid that something, if you approve the
Buenas tardes,
Good
Presidenta
afternoon.
y miembros de este comité.
Good
Mi
evening,
no-
President and members of this committee.
Mi nombre es Margarita Ibarra. Soy miembro de la Unión Local 11
My name is Margarita Ibarra, and I'm a member of United Local 11
que representa los hoteles y restaurantes.
that represents hotels and restaurants.
Estoy aquí para pedirles no apoyen este presupuesto con los puntos 13 y 14
I'm here to
incluidos.
ask you to please not support items 13 and 14 that were included in the budget.
Deben de eliminarlos.
You must eliminate them.
Esta propuesta solo incentiva desalojos para convertir viviendas a corto plazo o TR.
This proposal only encourages more UDs and more short-term rentals or FTRs.
Este es un momento de alto desplazamiento y no debemos empeorarlo.
This is a time of lots of UDs, and we should not make this worse.
Eliminen los puntos 13, 14 y por favor no voten.
Eliminate points 13 and 14, and please
Por
don't
favor,
vote.
voten no.
Please vote no.
Thank you.
Intérprete, por favor.
Adelante.
Buenas tardes. Presidenta y miembros, mi nombre es Celia Arrué.
My name is Celia Ren. Good evening, Chair and members.
Soy miembro de la Unión de Hoteles y Restaurantes.
I'm a member of the Union of Hotels and Restaurants.
Estoy aquí para pedirles no apoyen este presupuesto con los puntos 13 y 14.
I'm here to ask you to please not support this proposal with items 13 and 14.
Deben ser eliminados.
They must be eliminated.
La ciudad ha trabajado durante años para proteger la vivienda.
The city has worked for years to protect housing.
Esta propuesta nos hace retroceder.
This proposal makes us go backwards.
Es una decisión clara.
It is a clear decision.
Vivienda para residentes para residentes o ganancias para corporaciones.
Housing for residents.
Eliminen
or
los
profit
puntos.
for corporations. Eliminate the items.
Eliminen los puntos 13 y 14.
Eliminate the
Muchas
items
gracias.
13 and 14. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Melissa Doggle, and I am a member of Unite Here Local 11 and a resident at Council District 13. I am here to urge you to do not support this budget on items 13 and 14 included. These must be removed. Permanent residents support our economy every day, schools, stores, and small businesses. Before living in Los Angeles, when I was working in Hollywood, I used to commute 50 to 60 miles one way while having a job giving me 6 hours in between shifts, sleeping in my car for a month and a half. Workers who work in the city should be able to afford to live in the city. And with the rise of costs, I'm worried about that. When we lose residents, we lose that foundation. Remove items 13 and 14. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, folks, if I haven't called your name and you haven't spoken yet, either today or on Friday, please make your way up and come join the queue. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Right. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Nicholas Gardner. I'm with United Teachers Los Angeles, and I'm a resident of District 1. I'm here to advocate on behalf of programs that LAUSD students, educators, and families use every single day. While we appreciate that many of these programs have been kept at maintenance levels, we urge the council to consider increased investment in programs such as Represent LA, LA's Best, the Day Laborers Resource Center, and other family resource and youth centers, including youth development and workforce development as well. Additionally, the city funds the crossing guards that keeps LA students safe. We urge the council to consider expanding it to cover more schools as well. More broadly, we also ask this committee to support the expansion of the Unarmed Crisis Response Program. This is a program that has been incredibly successful, and we hope to see it expanded. We also stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters at Local 11 and ask you to remove items 13 and 14. And last but not least, while the city is starved for services, we ask you to reject the increase in LAPD staffing. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Norma Palacios, and I am here on behalf of the California Immigrant Policy Center, a statewide immigrant rights organization. I urge you to fund Represent LA program and the day labor centers at $3 million each. Represent LA provides critical legal services for immigrant communities facing ongoing ICE raids and the threat of family separations. Many people in immigration proceedings don't have access to an attorney, even though legal representation often determines whether they can stay with their families. Our communities cannot wait. No one should have to navigate the complex immigration court system alone. Los Angeles must continue to meet this moment with actions and ensure that individuals have the legal resources they need to protect their rights and are able to remain with their communities. Please allocate $3 million to Represent LA program and the day labor centers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Murray. I'm the General Manager of Homeless and Housing Services at Watts Labor Community Action Committee. I'm here to talk about the extreme need for basic access and services for those among us experiencing homelessness, as well as a safety net to help people not become homeless in the first place. Access centers are critical to every part of our system. They are where people come for referrals to shelters and safe parking, CES entry, mental health, and health services, as well as providing basic services: restroom, shower, food, clothes, hygiene items, and human connection. Next, safe parking, an easy way for people to feel safe and get their basic needs met overnight so they can sleep soundly and go on about their days. Many participants work and take care of their families. And then we help them get permanent housing. And lastly, problem solving, a very reasonable intervention which costs about $2,600 per household, and it saves them from homelessness. We need to save all these programs.
Good evening. My name is Richard, and I'm a safe parking participant in the WLCAC lot. As my good friend and neighbor has already spoken with you about, being a senior and suffering through transitional housing is a bit of an uphill climb. The folks at WLCAC have made that much more tenable and much more reasonable to live through. Specifically, I just wanted to outline or focus on 3 tangible benefits that this program has provided me with. First, safety. Obviously, a fence-gated, well-lit parking area with a guard to monitor ingress and egress, and contact-appropriate services in the event of an emergency. Second, support for basic essentials, including restrooms, hand washing stations, etc. And third, and perhaps most importantly, time. Time, in my case, to apply for SSI, Medicare, and settle other life matters. Please continue to fund this program.
Okay, those of you still in the audience, if you'd like to come speak, please make your way up to this, I guess it's the 3rd row. Otherwise, please go ahead.
My name is Paula Khan. I work at Community Health Project Los Angeles, a harm reduction organization leading LA city and county efforts to reduce drug overdose deaths through compassionate health interventions that fulfill the health rights of Angelenos experiencing homelessness, Angelenos who use drugs, and Angelenos struggling with physical, mental, and behavioral health. Our community health workers and case managers are on the front lines of LA's unarmed crisis response. Through CHPLA's partnership with the Office of Diversion and Reentry, our case managers have achieved a high success rate in rehousing clients referred to us through our law enforcement assisted diversion program. The mayor and city council must not increase LAPD's budget and instead prioritize funding for evidence-based programs that center meeting basic human needs, a holistic, not carceral approach to the restabilization and healing paths of struggling Angelenos. Every dollar misspent on increasing LAPD's budget is a dollar stolen from Angelenos' housing, food, water, economic security, and climate resilience, which creates more vulnerability for climate catastrophe, increasing homelessness, substance use disorder, mental health crisis, and fatal overdoses. Unnecessary.
Okay, last but certainly not least, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, committee, for having your time here and listening to your constituents. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Trinity Nguyen, and I'll be applying for law school next year, and I'm annual advocate. I wanted to see if you're able to allocate the budget for Animals Play for Life and not have it cut on July 1st. Do you remember when we had COVID, when everyone was insulated and stayed at home? People were going insane psychologically. It's the same thing as animals. It's just inhumane. And second, I also want to advocate for spray and neuter, which will help with the Olympics that's coming up in 2028. With that being controlled and then having the animals not being, I guess, rampant, and having babies, that we're able to control that in a budget way. And hopefully that's being allocated for the funding for animals. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's it. That concludes public comment. Thank you to everyone who gave testimony today. This meeting will resume tomorrow, Tuesday, April 28th at 9:30 a.m. here in council chambers. At that time, we will hear a presentation from the mayor's office on their proposed budget, followed by the CAO to review revenue, general city purpose fund, reserves, the unappropriated balance, MICLA, CTIEP, TRAN, and Exhibit H. CAO will also go through the CAO office budget. We will then hear from the city attorney, city controller, Office of Finance and Treasurer, then the CAO again to present the homelessness budget, then LASA and LHD all tomorrow. Thank you. We are now